Who's ready to get back to Martinez and Rockoval? Are we ready to talk to our good friend, Ancient Lizard Brain? Begin episode 4. I'm glad everybody's ready, because I'm not gonna lie, I kinda just thought about this game all day. Alright, so we're at the beginning of the third day in the game, which is Wednesday. I'm not going to tell everybody, I'm not going to say everything that we've done because it's a lot of shit. And this game is so Byzantine, so if you haven't watched the last 3 episodes, you can catch up on YouTube. But a lot of shit went down. How is my volume today? Oh, wait. I'm still way up here from when I was standing. Okay. Let's get this all set up correctly. Right outside of frame. Here we go. That should sound a little bit better. So Measurehead, like, we got around without having to go through him. But wasn't there like a check with him about internalizing his racial thing and then like using it against him? So let's see what that check was. Conceptualization.
Your race descent has only worsened since the last
which is
you have really let
intellect.
Yourself go.
So let's get chat to help me out here and vote me in some conceptualization. No? Yes? Whoop. Did y'all give me that little bump? Alright, let's do it.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Alright. Measurehead, I am new to this world. Help me understand the races. I need to know what kind of different races are there. Alright, so in this game, if you're new, there are a lot of racist people in this city, but we are against them. So we are a lot of times having conversations where people are spousing eugenics and racist theory that we then take into our brain and use to beat them. So there is a lot of racist characters in this game, but we are not. We are a cop. That is, we are a people's militia that is against racism.
Do you?
What thing? We already got in the harbor. You just want to hear about the races, don't you?
Oh shit, Kim's pointing out at me.
You are obviously a liberal, Sayolite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial
Kim, I want the
choices.
XP.
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. Those are the Simonese.
I'm not going to listen to him talk about racism, though.
Genetic pool has, you know them by the name.
Mahoon is a derogative term for, in some.
The Maun are proof. The Vespertine, the other large.
We're not going to like let him
overproduction of
wax
seaweed,
eloquent about
as
racism. We're just
proven
gonna...
by the Maun and the The Areopagites are sleek. The latter is perfect.
Nature was not capable of more.
You need to know.
Yeah, you have to have.
Type B.
The Khoikos of Grad, Yuko, Zhimsk, Shest, et.
Yes. Pinkness is a racial the Khoiko.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnic?
Its leaders will be Revasholi.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times. The revolution is enough of Tibet mediocrity. Tips, the F are lesser races. The mosquito is...
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you will... The Koiko, this will never...
There is a strange sadness in his tone, a less than heroic melancholy this time.
The heart that...
He does not seem angry, nor does the woman look affected. She just...
You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself. You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss.
He does not so much as glance at the...
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no... don't be vulgar. White or not, Mr. Clare, also, to serve is noble. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your offshoots of the Semini? I am not surprised you
Let's get through
enjoy
all
it
this
so
racist
much.
talk.
This has happened to many of the side products of the...
Measurehead stoically looks to the distance, in silence.
Alright. That was distasteful. Actually, no, I don't want to do this at all. Let's reload. Yeah, this game is a lot, Peter. But it's a lot of good stuff. Alright, so we're not even going to talk to Measurehead at all in this game playthrough. I thought we could, like, learn his theory, but I really don't want to waste an entire brain cabinet thought on race theory, but also I don't want my character to have that in his brain cabinet. So, we are just not going to mess with Measurehead, and who cares what XP we would have got for defeating him. Also, it hurt that Kim was like, why do you want to talk about this? I thought by now he would know that we're not racist. Since we... Alright, we are outside the door. Alright, we've got a bunch of stuff to do today. Get 2 signatures, go across the bridge is going to be our first thing. Whoops. Nothing new with him. I wonder, now that we talked about all the mercenaries, if we can get some different dialogue from this guy, because he's definitely one of the mercenaries that came to town.
Right to work!
Nope.
Right to...
Music's so pretty. Yeah, I think there is I've seen, like, in the ad for the game, in the trailer, there's a scene where you like just you drop kick him in the face. Do I get to pull the lever?
A rusting control panel. The water lock starts moving.
Woohoo! Yeah, my character is completely all brains.
If we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Dude, you got my... There's no way I'm gonna get
Focus
sidetracked.
on one thing. Achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the task chain.
Okay, here are these workers that weren't here before. None of them are... You can't talk to any of them. Alright, so let's just go across. No need to mess around over here. New place. Nope. Oh. And now we have a thing that gives us XP every time we click on one of the on a little orb. Oh, here's... Guess what? I bet that this is part of that car that we, like, visual mathematiced earlier. If I have this in my hand. Ooh! What do these do? +1 empathy, -1 logic. And these glasses do visual calculus. So I put these on if I'm having an empathy check. Alright, let's go look over here first before we go over there. I want to see if my visual calculus... Yeah. It is definitely Peter. And also, all of the... Most of the things you talk to and your skills are different parts of your brain. Because, like, these are your skills. And they all have personalities and they talk to you during skill checks. And then you also have your thought cabinet, where you are... Shouldn't White Morning be running? Oh, it is. These are different thoughts that you've come up with throughout conversations that research, and then once they finish, they have like either parts of your life and they give you skills, but they're basically concepts that you are building into a skill tree. It's amazing. And I watched an interview, and the designer, lead writer, was talking about how they have a lot more they want to do with that stuff. The music is so good, too. Ooh, that says a lot of money.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain
Kim's
visible.
gonna be sad about this.
It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water.
Oh, because I'm really heavy on a skill called Inland Empire, where I think the world and everything is like alive and parts of reality. I have empathy and talk to like inanimate objects a lot.
Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
Yeah, I was ahead of you, visual calculus. This is where the tracks in the plaza were leading.
It appears to be so.
And Peter, Kim is our work husband, and hopefully by the end of the game, our real husband. Also, Peter, how you doing? We miss you. Peter is a friend of ours who lives in town and is a super talented cartoonist. I would protect Kim with my life. He has a peculiar look in his eyes.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
Pretty good. How's your comicking coming?
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up.
I
As you
feel
look
like
at the
I
motor
did
carriage
this.
in the deep, dark.
We also have
cold
amnesia.
water.
I feel like we keep having these feelings, and I feel like we're gonna find out that it was me, and I think he knows it.
Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of
Hello,
specialists.
Dr. Pumpkin.
The logo is too deep in murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float
delicious.
by.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, we fucking did
The
this.
estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening.
Well, well, well. Looked like Jacob Irwa's journey came to an abrupt end here. Yes, Peter. And this is just another part of the extended sadness about cars, because our Kim is really into like vehicles, and we had a big tab, and our hotel wasn't gonna let us, so he pawned the spinny rims off his own car for us, and was just like the saddest fucking moment.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Did you say something, Lieutenant?
I did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
What should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things
Oh,
inside.
so it's gonna be the time
the
of
joyrider
day.
must have left something good.
You do need
inside.
this game, Peter. Make sure you
Guns,
get the final
papers,
cut.
Maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket.
Make sure you get the final cut. Also, I think it's coming out. It came out on Switch, so that might be an easy way to play with your headphones on and stuff.
A joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection
Oh
to
no!
this joyrider.
No!
Maybe he's from some kind of joyriders district and likes blue and white racing livery, like a cop would.
How long will it take for the low tide to come in?
I don't know. An hour or two?
All right, so we need to
tops?
come back here around 10 or 11. Oh wait, we're gonna sit here and wait? Oh no, I didn't want to waste.
As you sit down in the
Oh, maybe we
old
can have a
rusty
talk.
playground, the world around you becomes
Oh, look at
very
Kim
silent.
sitting with us.
The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so.
Hey.
Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like
Drama
distant
medium.
laughter.
Whistle a
Ice
tune.
cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness.
I'm gonna figure out how to hook my Switch up through a capture card. Sitting on the swings, me and my boyfriend. Hooked up my Switch up so I can play all my Switch, like, I have a lot of like action Switch games that'd be fun to play on here, so I can KISSING.
The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then,
Oh!
still looking straight ahead, he joins you.
Oh my
with a
God!
higher-pitched
We're having
and
a
slightly
duet!
More melodic trill.
This is the best moment of my life. Sorry, Jess.
Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and the sunken car.
Oh.
The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an
Give me that bag of
argument
tear.
over a bag of tear they found
Tear
in the
is
reeds.
like
Further
Peter,
away,
tear
a
is,
flock of seagulls lands.
trash that you sell for money. Because I always have a bag in my hand because I go around picking up old cans.
The clouds pass in the sky, and
It's
the
so
shadow
cute,
of the
Calcor.
swing moves like the hour hand on a
I'm sure I'm
timepiece.
about to do something to
30
disappoint him.
minutes have passed.
So I'm going to enjoy this moment while I can.
Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good
Oh.
topic for discussion.
We're not saying the first one. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches? This is stuff you talk about with your boyfriend.
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments.
Okay, he's thinking. I can do this. Let's do this. Who'd want to sit on an anthill? There are no therapeutic benefits
I don't think it's possible, Calcor, but I say if we end the game with us being buddies, then in our head canon, we'll eventually date.
Well, napalm ants, for example, are used in some rites of passage rituals.
I love how like rhetoric and conceptualization start talking back and forth. So all these conversations, Peter, are going on in your head.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps
Wow, we are
climbing.
wasting so much
You
time
hear
here.
the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
If you had to side with either the strikers or the shipping company, who would you choose?
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
But if someone put a gun to your head,
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
is that a number on the side?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you
Oh,
to say
fuck, it is me.
it's pedagogical. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
Oh, God, no.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, at least... That's such a nice thing for him to... Kim is so accepting and everything. Okay, yeah, it's never time wasted if we get to talk to Kim. I spent an entire slot in my head developing a special skill that's empathy with Kim.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
Things were going so well. We were just whistling
You
merrily.
can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Oh, Kim, I love you. I mean, I love you. I can still fix it.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few
What if
months,
we find
there will be nothing
some
but
rims?
rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real.
Oh, God.
But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my
He's
station
avoiding your
only
gaze
has
now.
4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost.
A fourth thing? Is it my pride?
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
Is it his respect?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
He says, trying to cheer you up. Maybe I was in pursuit of someone.
Of whom? I don't think so.
How do we
If
get it
anything,
out?
you... Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So it's just gonna be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
Well, at least we can see what's in there now.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Man, I'm sorry, Kim. You gotta put up with so much of my shit. Ooh, my ID. Is that my ID?
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
I found my
At least
badge.
something good came out of all this.
Do I want to study the badge though?
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right corner, your precinct.
I feel like I kind of am getting to the point where I need to... Harry is getting to the point where he needs to kind of own up to his past a little and kind of like take back that identity and in some ways try to fix the harm that he's caused. So we didn't look in the mirror, but I am going to look at this photo.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
Yeah, it does, Peter. Big time.
Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
What massive sideburns? I haven't seen... I don't know what I look like.
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on
See,
him
I haven't
than
seen
it
the
does
expression
on
because I
you
never
now.
looked in the mirror.
It looks like you had quite
So
the
this
charming
dialogue
face
is
way back
kind
then.
of doesn't take
Your
into
hair is
account
brown and slightly
if I
curly.
never looked in the
Your
mirror.
eyes seem more clear somehow. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it.
Interesting
and
that...
a shining watermark.
I wonder if there's like a bug so that this doesn't take into account if the player never looked into the mirror. Because I'm still the faceless blob.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry.
Harrier
was
is
half
better
right.
though.
Probably
Javier
not a lot
is
of
better.
people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Wait, what kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or
Oh,
Boxer
Harrier,
or
like a
Ironhide.
Harrier jet or a Harrier knight. Okay. So we are the Harrier, the thing that goes out and hunts.
A name like armor.
Harrier Dubois it is then. This is the moment where the expression is, if you look, because I played a test, like a 5-minute test of this game, the expression is this weird, like, this kind of like fake thing that, like, when you look in the mirror, it starts taking over your face and you try to stop it, but then you end up just being like this like really fake brittle grin and like, ha ha. It's a whole bit when you look in the mirror, but I never did that, so my brain shouldn't know what the expression is. So in this moment, I think we've cost Kim so much, and Kim has stood up for us so much, and we had this moment on the swing, and we had this moment of horror when we realized what this meant and what it meant to Kim. And I think we finally, we're doing this for Kim. We're like, all right, I'll quit trying to find this true cosmic name for myself. Kim, I'm going to be Harrier Dubois.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light.
I
You
think
see
probably
lines
lieutenant.
of information.
Rank, Lieutenant 2JFR.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Yefreitor is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Yefreitor.
Declined?
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors, out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
What's décomptage?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Peter, if you're still here, you're gonna love the world building in this game. It's gonna be inspiring to you in the stuff you're writing. It's inspiring to me in the stuff I'm writing.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century
I'm not
experimental
sure how you
psychologists in the
drop all
University of
this deep world
Königsstein.
building without it being in a game. You know?
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
Because part of the fun is just having these really good voice actors tell you about the history of a made-up world.
Kings like satellite officers and the additional Yefreitor rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
You've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea.
Oh my
And now
god,
we've even found your
Kim!
badge.
I can't believe he said that just now. Y'all, you've seen me play games. I don't get this emotional. But this friendship with Kim, it's a lot.
He trusts you for now. Try
Oh,
not to spoil it.
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Thanks, that gives me hope.
Good.
He says with a quick smile, we are best friends.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads,
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock,
I know, my
41,
heart
with
is
some
d-
numbers
is-
thrown in there for good measure.
You literally have tears in my eyes.
the numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
Date of issue, 7th of November, 50.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes.
Old photo.
A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you, of that you are sure.
We know about this in Minneapolis.
I remember that time!
The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly.
That was a good time! We had a good work-drink balance going! What happened, man? Pump it up!
Precinct 41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct.
I bet you now maybe if we
41,
go back and
like
talk
mine
to
says
those
57.
cops, we'll have a
The
better
57th
conversation.
is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
What?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
So I was doing a really good job in a really hard precinct, and then it just got to me and I became an alcoholic.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again,
He's not like me.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see light.
What was the other thing I had? Oh, this is the envelope. Is it clothes? Yeah. We have a new jacket, right? I thought we got a new jacket. No, we did get a new jacket. Where'd it go? It's like not showing up here for some reason. So the one we're wearing right now gives us esprit de corps and shivers. This one gives us esprit de corps and visual calculus. Let's wear it for a little while. Wow, isn't that weird that it's blanked in the menu? Let's move all our jackets down here. We'll probably never wear that one. Whoop. Didn't mean to put that on. We're never gonna wear that one. Maybe sometimes this one. This is our best one for being like our weirdo cop. This is our weird shirt. Let's put our shirts over here. Let's take a little moment and organize our shit. We could probably sell the Half-Light gloves if we have a place to sell gloves. Yeah, we have Commander Jacket and Ghost Jacket. So let's put this one on. I just want to read about the Commander Jacket. A black uniform with the RCM logo and right rectangle on its sleeve. Letters on the collar read Lieutenant 2FGR, the exceptional quality. So let's have the visual calculus bonus right now for a bit. And let's wear this hat until we end up needing to have some rhetoric. I don't think we need rhetoric in the middle of this right now. So I'm pretty sure one of our last things yeah, since we have Jamais Vu, we get 1 XP for every orb clicked, which is wild. Oh, we have a level up too. Alright. Let's see. Do we want to add actual art degree? Which is make us into an art cop. And we'd be critical of all art. We have fair weather. Which is us in we'd research that armor. Or we can go into our actual skills and pump something up that we want to do. I would like to do rhetoric maybe. Yeah, let's give it in rhetoric so we can get better at getting that door to open. You can't just do intellect, right? Alright. Yeah, let's level up rhetoric. I should be able to pick these bottles up and stuff, but I guess not. I went that way and up, but I'm just getting points from all of this, so surprised there's not more trash for me to pick up around here. It's beautiful, Peter. Alright, it's a place to go in. I don't want to go in anywhere yet. I kind of just want to run around the map area. Ooh, we have our first ever quick travel. Whoop, nope, nope. Let's go get some trash. Why was there pennies in there? Yeah, it's super painterly. Oh, if you want to see some pretty shit, look at all these illustrations that make up each of these. That paint, yeah. And then when you go to this, the map, this is the map. Look how cool this is. Boots. Ooh, I like perception better than composure, actually. Yeah, look at me. So these are just giving us visual calculus. So let's give ourselves some empathy if we're going to go into a conversation. We're wearing our logic shirt. This is the drama shirt. Suggestion, esprit de corps. So let's put on the drama of the suggestion jacket.
Hi, officer.
Ooh, I love her. Sorry. A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
Depends, where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you need intimidation?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me,
She adds
men
tittering.
need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Figures, typical patriarchal nonsense, masculine venomosity.
Sure. Venomosity. But boys will be boys.
No.
And God knows we don't have many around. So far, the sword has been enough to keep them in line.
Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
True. Most people I've met are scared.
Aye. No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only frightened people are really dangerous. And plenty of them are dangerous.
Can I borrow that sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. You would put me in an early grave.
So where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Where's your husband now? Wait, why, if they're thick-headed?
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Ho ho! It's hard to say if it's a joke.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Oh. Wait for her to continue.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheel spinning.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy.
It's a drowned car
Buried
awkwardly.
him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time. And
I'm
went
not
on.
a drunk who also crashed into the ocean.
Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Should we hit on the widow? I think we should. I saw on the internet people were mad that you can't romance Kim. So, like, we can't actually romance Kim. Is that your boat?
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Sunny days.
Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
No. You got a sword.
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the rain streaming down the yellow belly of the boat.
When do you think the boat will be ready?
In time, when the sea turns and the winds settle, she will be ready.
Waves wash the sand. A skiff moves across the mirror-smooth sea, far away from here. A lone passenger, a fast sloop in the distance. White sails.
Very low. Minus Kim's presence, you don't know a good spot yet. So we need to come up with a place to go on a date and come back when Kim's not here. What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insular Indian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea
There's
is full of surprises.
a whole ass car down there.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Sounds romantic. Interesting. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Let's see what y'all think about this. Wait, oh, do I have to, like, connect the thing every time? Are we not connected? No, I see the overlay, but where's my little thing where I get to let you vote? Huh. Oh, it's not integrated. Let's see if I can put it back on. Let's see, let's go get out of full screen. Move this over so you don't see my secret Twitch codes. So secret. Just so secret. Oh my god. Alright, I'm going to grab the extension code. Because that was fun last time. Alright, I got my code. Let's put it in. Connection established. Alright. So the voting should be back now. I am investigating drugs. So we're investigating drugs. Which I'd like to bust because I think it's the racist dude. Okay, here's the vote. So we can see what y'all think. I don't think anyone got a chance to vote. I'm thinking the human bodies too. Like, I think saying... Do you think the human bodies are important?
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floater.
Yeah, maybe stay clear of the things reminded her of the floater she used to be married to.
Shit.
Just saying.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for a missing cryptozoologist.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who are looking... People who look for animals mainstream scientists deny exist.
Aha! Like snowmen. Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
And the like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
I love cryptids.
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
That's it, just looking for them.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
I was asked to get your signature.
Where are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise.
Everett's planning to turn
What
some of the
exactly is the
village
Union
into a
building?
youth center.
What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that.
Her voice trails off.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
Thought what exactly?
That Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too.
I feel so weird
And
about this.
those members have a vote when electing the head of the local
Oh,
chapter.
okay, so maybe he is. Maybe this is good. Maybe despite him being corrupt mob bosses build things for the community to make them happy, right? Here, use my pen.
He has a pen and everything. Here you go.
Wait, why did you sign it?
I shouldn't have.
No, I mean, it's a youth center. Why shouldn't you?
That's what I asked you. It's a youth centre and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored. Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. It's a bad idea. She won't sign. You'll find she's a tougher nut to crack than me.
Sound logic. Division of labor. She leaves the skepticism to the skeptic.
All right, that was a lot. What do we... Why is this...
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Oh no.
A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Ooh, I didn't know we could look at the
Underneath all this,
documents.
Lillian's
Let's
signature and an empty line waiting for a signee.
let's do everything we can to get our logic up, which is intellect. And then let's look at these. Alright, so clothing, what's our logic clothing? We have our logic shirt on. If I take this off. Do I have anything that's bad that hurts our logic? Alright, let's take these off.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construct. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
Wait, what are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
These people are going to have to move away because of the noise.
Of course, I should have seen it.
He reads over the document again.
Eval probably has eyes on us, but if the second signature were to be somehow wrong...
Ooh!
He won't say it outright, but he's suggesting forgery.
You're suggesting...
Forgery, yes. It would render the document invalid.
Oh yes, let's do this.
It's not the sort of act I would normally encourage, but under the circumstances, if done discreetly, it may be the only way to save what's left of the village.
Or you could try to trick Everard. Get someone random to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds out, your business here will already be concluded.
Look at the zoning plan.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
Alright y'all, I need to use the restroom really quick. I'll be back and we can go try to find someone else to sign this document so that we can trick him and we get what we want and we save these people's land. Alrighty. Yeah, Peter, it's a fun thing to do. All right. So let's leave because we are going.
A police badge on which you see the photo.
Because we are going to get someone else to sign this because that seems like easier than trying to do a forgery check to me. I washed my hands. Why didn't anybody talk to me while I was in there? Alright, let's get our normal clothes back on. I wish there was a slightly easier way to, get Kuno to sign them. There might be someone in this village that we can get to sign them, like just the wrong person. Which is like while the people are spying on us, they probably don't know the exact names, so. Alright, so these are our empathy minus logic. If we're having a bunch of conversations, let's do that. This is kind of our conversational outfit. I like having a lot of shivers though. And then put our empathy glasses on. Oh, thank you for the snack. I appreciate it. A goblin just came in. Oh, no problem. I was just I was joking, Hybris. I don't really. Alright, so these boots are the ones that give us perception, interfacing, Inland Empire, empathy, shirt. What does the other shirts give us? I like conceptualization right now more than logic. What if we can wash our shirt?
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the Apricot Suzerainty.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
Click, click, bang, bang. We're cops. We're hellraisers. What he said. We're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another, locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
What kind of ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings.
Black Hound. Yeah, I'm glad we have our Shivers jacket on.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
If I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me that?
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Where could someone stay around here? Please give me my free place to stay.
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
There's this guy, Gart, who makes me give him money every night just so I don't die out in the cold.
That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside. So we don't have to give money to those crooks. They might not look like much, but they are ours.
Why isn't anyone using the room?
My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm.
So I can just have the room?
Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here.
When Varson communist revolutionary Ignas Nielsen was in hiding, he stayed in a hut on the Boreal Plateau for 10 months.
Ooh, that's racist. It would help me stay in touch with the proletariat.
You best not be plotting another revolution under my roof. We barely got through the last one. But the
Get yourself a
room,
tenant.
don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
You see me just awkwardly eat that
Well,
fry.
if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Don't judge me, Kim. I'm poor.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
I cleaned it up a little.
Finally, you have those lame-os of Martinez off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
This necktie is not a cool guy. What is in this fishing village that I now call home?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap, a blank spot on the map, just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
I haven't seen any drunks yet, though.
Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
And you want to make money?
Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women
There's gotta
and
be
then
something
forgot
here.
about. Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park.
What's that?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, It was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium garden. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses.
I love the
Shops
voice acting in this
as far as
game.
the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity.
I like all the
It's
weird
been there since before my time.
Dea
either.
Dolores stuff that's been happening in my brain.
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been
We're going to that
nicer
church.
then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays
Sounds
open.
like the fourth entity.
It's a pity.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Well, if you don't like it, we don't like it.
Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case. A Rusalka or a half-demonic Apsara.
Yeah, Inland
Singing.
Empire. What else is down the coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a... What? You're one of those real estate
No.
people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about me. No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr...
Lieutenant W. Frau Harriet de Bois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
Goodbye. Wait, let's get her what she thinks about it.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh, I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. I see Lillian's name is already here. The girl is too trusting. I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises they never plan to keep. Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
In her mind, the Union is right-wing because Everard is fat. It's that simple, and there's no change in it.
I don't want to make her sign it. We're going to get someone else to sign it.
The door has seen better days.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new... After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night.
The key turns.
How's everybody doing today? We haven't had a lot of chat talk today. Look at my little room. Oh, I love my little room. Ooh, I got some clothes with the room. Whoops.
An old mirror hangs on the wall, half covered in shadows. You cannot see yourself fully, just the outline of a man.
Really nothing.
You have no really or recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Do y'all think we should see our face finally? What does chat think? Okay.
Behold. You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
It's the face of a late-stage alcoholic.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face?
It just is.
Please stop. It's horrible. Oh my God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face and now it won't come off.
Oh, dang it, Mark. I wish I had seen that earlier. Sorry. Damn it. Damn it.
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? There might have been, 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million.
Guillaume le Million.
If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing
Guillaume
it right.
le Million.
Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
How long ago was the new?
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a
Fantasy
relic.
disco. So I adopted it?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you.
Alternate.
Maybe it did.
Alternate world.
Either way, it's
Fantasy
all
history
gone now.
disco.
Only the grimace remains.
I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume Le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
Anything else? Like, who am I? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
I guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Ooh, look at this jacket. Yeah. Put that on with the Logic shirt. Oh, we are super Logic boy now. Our outfits are so horrible. So there's electrochemistry gloves. I knew that. Does anything else help with electrochemistry? Okay, so disco only. Electrochemistry is physique.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Wish I had saved it before I did that, because that was a 50% chance. We could have scummed it a little. Alright, so what should we be wearing? I think we should be wearing this because I like having shivers. I like the shiver bump. Yeah, I just need to put another point into electrochemistry in my stats. Okay, this is my like normal outfit for now. Old science fiction magazines, birds about book watching, and an almanac from '39. This intricate heat engine hums quietly and gives out a pleasant warmth. Ooh, what happened in here? Oh, I got a Guillaume de Millon. Whatever happened to Guillaume Le Millon? Who is his amber mane and sparkling teeth beguiled the tattered remains of the nation? While you suffered and suffered, did he dematerialize in a cloud of cocaine dust? Or did he simply stand in the corner and melt into the slendering new lines of some starlit Boîte de Nuit 20 years ago? Spare a thought for his great ass, too. Or wait, maybe he became a police officer in the Revachol West. We're trying to... I guess that's if you want to go down the route of you like having the fantasy that you might be able to turn into reality of you being Guillaume Le Millon, who became a cop. We'll save that. We'll save that for another run when we go disco cop.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum.
Listen to it.
The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this
Whoa.
place to you?
My new hangout where I could silently and drink and die. My forward base, the coastal part of the operation. It's free. Good enough. I could live here. Looks like this is my new home. Wonder where the old one went.
Westward, across the canal, towers the whirling in rags. Door number 1 on the second floor is locked. Behind it lies a trashed room. 1 floor below, behind a counter, stands an irritable man. In a small shack in the fishing village, a baroque heater hums quietly, emanating a sense of comforting warmth. A wash basin lies on the table, the water inside reflecting the somber face of the world. Far away, on the corner of Perdition and Main, a nondescript building, obscured in a haze. It's vacant and lost, just like its tenant.
Thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
Ooh. How do I look under the floorboards? I see a little hook right there on the floor. Do I not have enough perception, maybe? Let's see what I have that can help perception. Or at least take things off that are hurting my perception. Alright, none of these are good for my perception. What do I have the interface with here that it keeps trying to make me look at it? Maybe I have to go outside and look underneath the... I'm not gonna go to sleep. Maybe I need to have a crowbar in my hand? I love the music in my house, though. Is this gonna make me sleep?
The bed is comforting, if a bit...
Alright, so I don't see anything highlighted that could be the floor. Alright. Maybe higher perception, or maybe we have to go outside and look underneath the house. I love this song.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
You must be Lillian's twins.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
I already said that.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason, somehow tied to the case.
What are you laughing about?
The boy stops laughing and looks at his toes. Oh, okay. So now he's shy. Now he's not talking. Just wobbling around like he's afraid of something.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Yeah, I said that.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt.
You're bad with kids.
The lieutenant remarks with obvious glee. And what are you, Kidmaster General?
Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything here.
Bye, kids. Take care. I'm not gonna call them stupid. That's me. I love my new house. I'm gonna live here forever. I guess I just stole that?
Hello, mister.
A young girl, barely 4 or 5, sits on a sofa. She is looking at you, frank curiosity. Yeah, 2 identical children? I feel like there's something sinister going on.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
I heard there was a girl here who had armor gloves. Is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want
I
you
love
to
the
think she
look at the
stole
art
them.
of like just the way this house looks. I love it. And where are the gloves now?
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
She lifts her stuffed toy up and looks into one its remaining eye as though searching for confirmation.
We are going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
He enunciates the last 2 words carefully.
Oh.
She doesn't seem to understand, but the lieutenant's tone has conveyed to her the important thought. Oi, mister, you me dad?
They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Understand? You can break the castle. It's not very good.
Oh, little Lily. Are you Lillian's daughter?
Yes, I am. Little Lily.
She gazes
You know
at
my
you with her
mom?
big eyes. Yeah, we met earlier. Not really, but I'd like to.
Uh-huh. Mom is great. You know what's great about my mom?
No, do tell me.
Everything.
Are the twins outside your brother?
Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
They look identical, right? I said the same thing.
They look identical.
She slowly processes the word, then snickers with laughter. What's this?
It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skewer you broke.
Yeah, what's it for?
I don't know.
Can I have it?
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway.
You already took it.
Angry.
What's that thing you're holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like,
She holds the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Oh, okay. Well, pleased to meet you, Lammy.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy. It's Lammy!
Lambie is a stuffed
He's falling
lamb.
apart.
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a...
Revolutionary?
Yes! Lammy was a resolutionary.
Oh, man, they did that voice act so good. All right, we're going to go find them gloves. I would die for Lammy. Gotta solve the mystery of these two boys. You have to wait for it? Harry! I see the sound singer, so let's go get this. I'm curious about these gloves.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
Broken.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
I love that Kim, despite being so taciturn, slips into moments of very, like, whimsy.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Ooh, +2 interfacing. That's better than what I have. Nice. I could try to sell these yellow gloves now. Let's go over here for the things I'm going to try to sell. Place for bullets. I guess I do get a gun at some point. What's over here? Because now that I have that one thought, even just looking at things that have little descriptions on them give me XP. You should come back here when it snows. A strange feeling, it passes quickly. Looking back at you from the rust-colored water is you. Yeah, I don't trust us with a gun, but I guess we're gonna get one. I didn't say I trusted us. Mazout. What's in this hidden box? $1. Oh, so we found the church. Let's not go to the church yet. Let's go back towards the village. I forgot I could zoom out like this. I like this better. Oh, is it a magazine? Whoa, stop. A little black swallow circles around you. You hear it chirrup. Well, there's a house we didn't go in over here. There's a lot of things we didn't do over here. A wedding stone, worn and covered in rust. Construction material. Whoever planned to build this house left in a hurry. I have a lot of drugs for my brain now. Ooh, pants. So this game is kind of, I guess, locked for you in a lot of ways until +1 to Kingdom of Conscious? What are Kingdoms of Conscious? I don't know, but I'm wearing them.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
I like regular, normal things.
I know you do. These Inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be.
What's wrong with the centrists? I'll admit, I'm not entirely sure what centrists are when it comes to politics. Let's explore all this little town first before we go off to the church or anything. Also, just walking around and exploring doesn't take up time on the time clock. So. Kim comes over. I don't think you need that gun. I'm going to hold it for you, buddy. Can I just sit in this? A cold breeze is enough to make the wall planks creak. Ooh, is that a bow tie? Is this a +2 drama? Oh, what if I put this on? What would my other tie get mad? I feel like I'm cheating on my tie. You see a dark red chair. Ooh, I should put, when I'm going in these houses, I should have my flashlight out.
It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here, right?
Hey Kim, where are we?
In someone's abandoned shack. On the coast. In Martinez.
He looks at you.
In Ravachol.
He's afraid you've forgotten suddenly.
What's with the red chair?
Nothing. It's just a piece of furniture.
He looks at the chair, gathering dust.
Red paint is peeling off it. Looks like blood, no?
What's with the red bow tie?
It's just a piece of clothing you've picked up. You do that, officer. You collect clothes sometimes.
He sounds a little worried. It's an odd habit.
You better not fucking think about ditching me for some shitty cum-stained bow tie! You and I are gearing up for the final showdown that's gonna be off all walls. You wait and see.
Don't.
Yes, agreed. You should never take your necktie off. Ever.
The necktie. I love it. Yeah, because sometimes you see things if you have the flashlight out that you wouldn't normally see. So I probably should have had the flashlight out when I was in some of those other houses. Oh well. Yeah, it's the bow tie. I mean, the necktie is the friend that, like, when they walk into the bar, you kind of just go, "Fuck, they're gonna do something embarrassing, and I'm gonna have to leave." Ooh, a box. What? I'll go back. Yeah, I got some trash. Oh wow, I didn't even know there was this entrance to the place. I love the little sensory circle around your head. It's probably one of my favorite parts of the game. Glory, says the graffito, to the ghosts of us. Yeah, lots of trash. Oh, this is the sad song I wanted to sing karaoke! Now that I have a free place, I can buy that boombox.
There's no way to listen to the tape without, but even just holding the tape makes you feel a little sad. A pawn shop would have.
Oh yeah, I know where it is. And now that I don't have to save my money so much. Before I was scared to buy anything because I had to get enough money to sleep. The swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. Yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even.
What happened here?
In this yard?
The lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows take off in the distance.
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
What is a bloc obscur?
A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
So this part of the coast is a bloc obscur?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
At least they left some old music behind.
Yes, and you picked it up as part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
He gives you a weary smile.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation.
Kim, buddy, you have no idea. Trust me. Trust me, Kim. When have I ever steered you wrong? Buddy, Al. What's up here? Oh, so no, this is where we came in. Never mind. We haven't explored that way yet because I want to go into the village. Is this the little red shack? So we meet again. Oh, now you're done with the chair. It's no longer something that you can look at again. Interesting. Thought maybe I could come back and have an ongoing... Alright, let's go up here. I keep forgetting I probably should be like zoomed out a lot more than I normally am. Whoop, stop. There's the drunks.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
I bet we get these drunks to...
You stop mid-step and put your hand on the garish neckline.
Oh, thank you. Goblin.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
I don't really care about any bottle. I don't want to look at it.
You should care! I'm getting a very special vibe from that bottle. Please go talk to him. I need to look at it closer.
Grumbles an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition, and then turns his head away.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Who is Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call her.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better. You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
Tell me about your friends.
Don't you fucking call her! Hear me!
Oh, thank you.
Abigail!
Little goblin came and brought me more snacks. Why shouldn't I call Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Lean in.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
Who are you?
Don't call Abigail.
Where am I?
The man hiccups, then mumbles something.
Don't call Abigail.
Oh, he's so sad.
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the
Shake his
whole
hand.
reality situation? So what's happening?
Tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
This guy's name is Idiot Doom Spiral.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or Lee Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
New name.
I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name.
Reality, it makes me aggressively sad.
I know what you mean. Sitting around with these bums, you really get to know the nitty-gritty of reality. And it isn't good.
He looks at his buddies with mock appreciation.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Takes a sip from his beer.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks. Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
He looks at his comrades.
Please don't call.
Begs the man in the pipe.
Call.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying it.
It's you.
I think they're gonna be the
Your
ones who sign our
Tequila
paper.
Sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, you sure don't.
Nope.
Aha. Do you want to know how
Yes.
Tequila Sunset came to be?
Tequila. Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you.
Was I
The
alone?
man, the myth. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Oh, yes, you do, Bratushka. The only thing better than that is putting the pedal to the metal after you kiss the tie. And off we go.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach.
Yeah, this guy
You revved the
is
engine
is
and screamed
trouble.
at the top of your lungs. The time hath come. So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath
I do like
come,
his hair, though.
To which you replied, the time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things.
Every word I said was true. Tequila Sunset will break the looms of reality.
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice. We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Is it a event or a name?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila Sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is
My real name is
long
Harry.
gone. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother. Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful
Oh
and
god,
also
that hurt
whores
that
and so
damaged
on.
me.
How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, That's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work
This
with
guy's a
him.
jerk.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Yeah, he's a drunk, but he's also like just like throwing like shade at me.
Please, don't open that door.
Oh God. This is a bad conversation.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge? You said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little... In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about... Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
We talk about politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Did you get to read what kind of cop I was?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid." It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Could you guys sign this?
What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. All right.
You've done a great service for the community.
Hey guys, I'm a hero.
Hell yes!
Don't call Abigail!
Thank you for your help. Should we go and mail this? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Okay, what's on your mind?
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
How you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
Probably.
You might get scammed here.
What do you need?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story.
I don't
Seems
want to
fair.
give you any alcohol. I'm not an enabler.
In that case, I'm not a storyteller.
You seeing you?
You too, Tequila.
I'm not an enabler anymore. Oh, can I not talk to him after that? Wow, I can't believe that that like locked all his. Interesting. What's over here? Whoop, go back. I get points for these.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence.
What did the smoke smell like?
Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
Oh, we have enough to level up. What should we level up? I think rhetoric again, personally. Or suggestion. Oh yeah, perception. Good point. Yep, that's a really good point. All right. Oh, we can't go past here. All right, let's go back towards the church now. I think that we can't go that way anymore. Whoop. I see them up there. I see that stuff. Oh, I think that's that's the husband over there. People just leaving change all over around here. I'm gonna have my boombox before we know it. Oh, this is gonna be another thing to look, another perception check for the wall. Like the one that we failed back in the city.
scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Alright. Let's put all our visual calculus things on. Alright. Let's do some voting.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles prime. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. The sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand, your skin. The order was carried out in the afternoon. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Who were they?
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world.
Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one?
Look at the person standing on the side.
The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
You mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Wow, visual calculus is pretty cool. I didn't think it would give us stuff like that. I thought it was more for crime scenes. They just should have tell you, this is inaccessible. Ooh, what is this? +2 logic. Oh, it's a hat. Oh, God. I have yet to find a hat that doesn't have a negative. It was a crime scene, yeah. I mean, you're right. It's glowing, isn't it? Yeah. Ooh, other sunglasses. +1 to savoir-faire. Wish you could like save outfits. Like you have your savoir-faire outfit. You have your logic outfit. This building's huge. Alright, before we go back over here, let's go to the front and deal with this stuff.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This
Yeah,
was
a
to
totally
deal
cool
with.
little narrative.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here.
1 second.
Very
I'm gonna
rich in hypertext.
Go to the bathroom. Hypertext. This sounds like he's gonna be a douchebag. Let's do a little bit of standing. Alright, adjust this up for standing height. Readjust my microphone. Alright. My legs are starting to get dead from this I have a really shitty office chair.
Nice to meet you.
Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
What's about the windows?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Why is Kim well known?
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into verbs lately.
This guy's voice sounds like the writer of the game. The writer, lead designer. I watched an interview with him today, and this voice sounds like him.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
All four of you turn to admire the mural.
What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Research and development. Look at the building looming over you.
It looks old and weathered, with
Like that I
seagulls
answered
picking
it.
apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop.
Like
Some
I was
kind
being
of
asked the
bird
question.
has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a Midway electronics outfit in Königstadt
Guy's a
2
nerd.
centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era.
Bet you this kid loves just sitting here listening to
Still,
this.
Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve. The art is so good in this game.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
Ooh.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying Feld built this boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
The lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Oh God, should I do number one? Should I do number one? He means they all got shot in the head because they are bourgeoisie. Do you know what bourgeoisie means?
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum yet. Let's keep this kid friendly.
The boy looks first at you, then back at his father, confused.
What did the revolutionaries do with the tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser d'Insolente. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in Worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
What did those tape computers work?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant. Exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
He raises his finger, remembering something.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team. Trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Yost?
Okay, the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center, Paul Ockerman, Keith and Guy Just? What are you talking about?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art.
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
We have to study that.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting.
It's amazing how much writing is in this game.
Output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful.
This conversation is just like the history of this fake computer renaissance. It's mind-blowing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Cool.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device.
Jesus Christ,
But so
Sala.
they did. The felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07.
Wait, the field playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the felt
To
playback
put that into
experience,
context.
but those are incorrect.
Let me see. I'm looking for a book of the right size. A normal big fantasy novel, like a big chunker, is 100,000 words. So that's more than 10 fantasy novels stacked together. And that's just the spoken shit. Imagine all the writing that didn't make it into the game.
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All three versions
What a
of the
beautiful
prototype.
project.
Nothing
Peter.
but debris and ashes remain inside
Can you
that
imagine
building.
being able to write something that then becomes something like this?
But of course, what else?
You look like someone has money. Do you have money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff.
By the way, do you work
Does
out?
he work out?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the island of Lo Mantang. It uses slender wooden sticks for confronting the opponent.
I'm not really interested in the practice. I just want to know how often you work out now and then. Like once a week?
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting, such as the sacred Mabolo tradition of the Harley people, the name deriving from the butterfruit tree traditionally used for crafting the long, slender sticks,
8
whereas
months,
the sticks used in other cultures...
I wonder how much he made.
You doze off as he paints you a comprehensive picture of the history of stick fighting among mankind, seasoning it with unexpected pop culture references. Man, he's good at speaking. People must love him.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying? Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that...
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that, and a special costume.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway.
He said swaying with his hands.
Sure, what's on your mind? But of course, what else? No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Oh, you get to see a thought, Peter. This is what happens when a thought finishes researching. Wait, it's not going to read it? Oh, they mostly read all of these. 20% zoom out distance? Like, all the other ones have been voice acted. This must be just like a mistake in the game, but they forgot to put the stuff in. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and finally in a matchbox house. Sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. A white morning, a modern death, divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him. Make him smaller. Make him less you. So because of this thought, we get 20% zoom out distance, and all of our Motorix learning caps are raised by 1. Not that we're that good on Motorix, though. Oh, this is the one I want to learn. We don't have enough points for this, do we? Yeah. I definitely want to research Wompty Dompty Center. We're about to run out of space, aren't we? I wonder if once you get up here, do we only have 2 more slots? Yikes.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
The lieutenant raises the collar of his bomber jacket. Wow, that's wild. I wonder what they think about all those different things as the creators. A box, you say? Somebody was hiding money in there. Whoop.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40
Collective idea
years.
of a band. Interesting. Like, was it supposed to be like a concept album or something?
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
I bet it's gonna hurt his feelings if we
There's
ask
rust
him.
and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small
He
layer
has
of
bad
white
eyesight.
salt.
No. I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small
You still shoot though?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
Whoops, didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
Alright, I don't want to go that way yet. I want to go down and see. I think we saw Lena's husband over there. There was definitely somebody who looked like a cryptozoologist. If I've ever seen one. Hey, buddy. You're a cryptozoologist, aren't you?
Here we go.
That's Morel.
Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Gary the crypto-fascist.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morel, the cryptozoologist?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Your
That's
wife?
sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your
You don't seem too
appearance.
happy to see the RCM.
Oh, no. It's all right. I'm just busy.
Lena sent me. She's really worried.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
I broke it with my motor carriage, but it's fixed now. You can go back.
You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
I'm sorry, but you can return now.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in.
Tell me about the phasmid.
Which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
What makes it so difficult?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural
We're just going,
about
yep.
this phasmid.
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So, typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my, of any, cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long. Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Lena said there's been a sighting of it here in Martinique.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinaise specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several... I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis. Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
The male is a deficient life form. The world would be better off if women didn't need men to reproduce.
Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate.
Tell me about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly. So I'm sure they'll do the trick. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use any locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
What will you do if these traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
Yes. What?
How'd you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
Real? I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen. No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying. Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that...
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
You think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places. It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data
Only
collection.
2 have been real?
Yes. The Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing. He has clearly done his math with this. There is no surprising him or sway.
Yes? And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as...
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the...
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers. Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now. No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular...
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
What if we check the traps for you?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Chaos is my method. I am its scion.
Well, be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near.
We're going
Another
cryptid hunting,
we set in
y'all.
Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
Aren't you having fun?
Even relative to examining a week-old corpse, I'm not sure mucking about in the reeds qualifies as fun. But have it your way, detective.
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
What do I do with these phasmids in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you.
This is the smell of dying reeds. of longing crumbling into the water.
That's my brand.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-finance.
Right, which means you two can pack up and go back.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men...
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions...
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
All right. What cryptids precisely are you...
We would have to discuss. He wants to say. But this, you need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
A willow person. It's a long story.
Willow people? Not at...
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals.
Why can't I ask him about the mono
directly from trees?
Corpuscle sound. That's what I wanted to ask him about.
They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage themselves easily. Wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with them. You probably have.
How'd you almost catch one?
Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow, dashing through the grove.
And then?
I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone than to admit that the world might be more interesting than you imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic.
He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable.
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an... No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't me? I'm not a peep. By all means.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer.
The crypto-fascist.
Yellow man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes... Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about, after a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Not a lover of the great outdoors? I wonder if this is his cup.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Nobody's perfect. I'm sure you've been tempted to drink.
Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revocol.
He pronounces Revocol with a hard K, unlike other people.
You said Revocol?
I like to pronounce it the hard way. The old way.
Ugh,
the Vespertine way.
This guy is the guy who lives in that basement, I bet.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message, inviting you to mispronounce it too, perhaps. It's odd. It's a secret rite. A very fringe nationalist handshake.
Probably. Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the rolling racks?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
So you do know something about it?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary.
He's the weasel.
Everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. but I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
You said yellow man, not something many people say around here. I can see you recognize it.
I may have had a similar looking mug in the past. That's all. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to fine me, are you?
I am.
Oh, God. 250? How am I gonna pay that?
This is a considerable expense to him. 1 month's wage most.
And I'll never do it again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions.
Gary, did you put the clothes in the murder victim?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Do.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals,
Okay,
you know?
what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
He changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before. But where?
What's the strange sound?
What sound?
The clinking I just heard when you moved.
Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects,
He's got
trash.
part of the armor.
Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers, plastic and glass bottles. The smell of decay. The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
How'd you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
How do I get him to talk about it? What is perception under? I think this is probably a perception thing.
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. I'm sorry, okay?
Disgraced. No need for the histrionic, sir. It was after.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
What sound? I haven't the slightest.
Every day, the sound you heard was not the sound of some...
I hope I can help your investigation. In my
Does this mean you were in his apartment, admiring his colonial mug collection? Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly. Oh, yes, of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's change the subject, okay? sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
Of course. Of course.
Okay, let's save it before we do this test. What was the test again?
I mean, officers.
Composure. I mean, officers. I'll kill him. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Composure is... motorics. Let's put on some composure clothes. What do we have? Any minuses to composure from anything? Nope. I wish I had my fascist beating clothes, y'all.
Oh, I mean, officers.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is
worn
ready to
underneath?
rip out from underneath. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles. Stolen from
Oh
the
yeah,
corpse in the
like I
yard
gave him the
where he
maximum,
lives.
like, ridiculous fine. That's like if I gave you, like, it says like a month's wages, so like if I gave someone like a $2,000 fine for putting trash in the wrong garbage.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
Yes, give it to me!
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
I'm a fascist who steals from corpses.
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining
Yes!
to do.
The lieutenant's tone is icy. Give me that armor now.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Why'd you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble,
His lips
I
start
wouldn't
quivering.
Fuck.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Why'd you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But...
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
Yeah, but I guess everyone is like acting like the boots didn't exist since they were like stuck to the corpse.
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Do you know who killed the hangman?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike.
I bet you he was killed before
But
they lynched
almost
him.
everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
I bet the lynching was a cover-up for who actually killed him.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
He looks relieved of some burden. Oh, I want to give him another fine. I'm kind of sad I didn't get the money from the fine, though. Oh, I can't talk to him again. Alright, let's look at our fucking chest plate. Pain threshold, volition, -1 empathy. What was the ding for? Oh, it goes on as a shirt. Oh! Look at us, Poppy. So volition helps you keep your morale up. Pain threshold. This is the first time we've ever had any pain threshold. So the other shirt is logic and conceptualization. Wait, where did my other shirt go? Does this go on over the shirt? No, it does not. So I lost a shirt? How did I lose a shirt? Did it ruin my... Oh, oh, I'm a dumbass. Okay, so for now, let's wear this. Actually, no. But we have it, which is nice. Let's put all these pieces. Why does it make a ding? Oh, it's because it's that ceramic that like makes the noise. I'm gonna put these down here because maybe we could go to that clothing vendor and sell some of the clothing we'll never use. Yeah. I was making sure I hadn't forgot to put a... Ooh, I can talk to him again now.
Oh, I mean, officers. Sure do.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
You a big man from Himjaw fan?
How?
Oh, damn it.
But why were you in my apartment, officer? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him what have I done? He'll send the muscle after me. I was probably talking too loud in the whirling the other night about some theories. Stupid. Shouldn't have run my mouth loud like that. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay?
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep...
The weather vane has turned. he cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door opening operation.
I like that Kim is like a little vicious there. My little Kimmy boy.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way. Being so nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes. Leave.
Wait, damn it. Yeah, what did I miss though? Wow, like we can really zoom out now because of that thing. I think we got a skill point. Let's do Wompty Dompty Center. Alright, so we have Wompty Dompty, Guillermo, Fairweather FT, actual art degree. I'm interested in this computer thing. Which one is giving me minus? Oh, the Maslowian and an encyclopedia. What is Maslowian giving me overall? Left wing options give +4 XP. I don't feel like I've been getting a lot of that, but maybe I have and I just haven't seen it. And then Cole Damakwa. +3 perception is excellent. I'm going to take the minus to the encyclopedia. Oh, what's this? Is that one of the traps?
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before.
Look around.
Same mesh, same one. Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. No, you weren't.
Behind you, the ruins of a... When this district was booming.
Let's see. I forget what is... I wish there was more tools, actually, in the game. So far, there's been very little tools to help us. Alright, so the other one is going to be up by the entrance, right? Well, there's one out by the church, so we can kill two birds with one stone and go... Whoa, not that. And go out there and look at the church. Oh, there's something on the ground. I wish there was like a Baldur's Gate style map that I could look at for this game. You know, where you can see the whole level.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. End of tone.
Here? Is that you, Pierre? the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. Are you sure?
Her voice is drowned in white. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Oh, is this the church? I'm gonna go in the church in a little bit. I just wanna see all the stuff that's going on around here first. I think we definitely have enough money for the boombox. Are these like, you think like leaving like prayer money? I want to go all around the church before I go in to see if there's anything that you can get from like looking around it. Oh, there's a person kneeling right there. Wait, go back.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow, barely holding it up. It could...
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
We can come push it over later if we need to.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat.
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you.
So should you. I don't know, some kind of a store? Maybe a general store? Look, man, fuck the hat. I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was my whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
It's a pain expression on her face.
A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
What's your surname?
Why?
From the police.
Okay, it's Berger.
A very common name.
It's a device.
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike. No. You're welcome.
Yeah, I record stuff with it. No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats people up.
An entire litany spews forth.
Man, you are one weird cop. You do understand it all just sounds like Mike to me, right? The Mike? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Where'd you get it from?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
What's the Palaceum?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
Whoa! I almost fell over. I have like the shit. I now have like the shittiest fucking chair. So every time I can't lock the wheels, so if I sit down, it goes. Dwee! I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either. That's cool.
You're right. Time has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps?
Where'd you get the mic from? Oh, we already did that.
Okay.
What are you doing out here in the cold?
Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound. My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
What are these recordings?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them
Drama
for
medium
making
failure.
music.
Everything checks out.
They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that.
Oh,
It's
like
hard
the
to
books.
explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
She rubs her shoulders and looks around.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape.
Oh, man.
It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish. Very useless all of a sudden.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Now this is where a hat would come in handy. You said it's supposed to be a music place? What is?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger.
Why not just
And
leave
there's
some of it
piles of it.
outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am.
Oh, shit.
More expensive than any of us, really.
Now, this is
Doesn't
where
matter. Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat. Go ahead. It's supposed to become, like, a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum.
Yeah, there better be a place where we get to listen to all this music.
Except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
What is anodic music?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic
Secret
instruments.
task? We had a secret task? That's hilarious.
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
I had a secret task to find out about what hip music kids are listening to.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right?
Yes? Why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into
I'll
it,
talk
right?
to him.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have empathy here. Let's put on our empathy clothes.
Okay, bye.
Not that, I keep hitting that. Alright, what clothes are empathy clothes? Okay, so the Jam Rocker Sundays. Alright, so that's the only thing that's going to help us with that. And then empathy is psych.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick.
Yeah, it's 10
from
second
the batteries
window.
inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you got to sit here on the ice feeling miserable.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended for it to be better for you, but they failed. It's easier to live in their failures with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It's not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
I'm once again reminded of how Contact Mike rose from the dark. Nothing is coming. Nothing he couldn't knock out in 3 rounds. I'm gonna say the dark.
I know. I'll stick to it.
Her teeth rattle. She takes the device from you and places it in her lap. See? That's what this fucking game does. You start talking to someone by the ice and suddenly you're wrapped up in the story of someone just wanting to make art and make a difference, but feeling like they don't matter in the dark and they're outside and they have a shitty boyfriend. But then you have this weird psychic surge and you tell them that it's real. Their dreams are real.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
What's eating me?
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
Alright, so I can do, I think it's the plight of the working class. Racist. People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good. I think the plight of the working class is what I want to do.
Oh. Really?
The golem of capital runs rampant, smashing creator and slave alike. I fear the process is irreversible.
Wow. Social justice really matters that much to you. That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it, though?
Pretty sure. It's asking questions.
Sure.
Actually, that's it for now. Is this a real thing, Salah, that you're telling us, or is this like a joke you're making about the game? Let's go yell at these boys in this tent.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard.
Oh, yeah.
One of them looks at you.
I wish there was like a fall in love with Kim plot.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm
Squeeze
stuff's
in.
getting... Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home.
Fucking Kim. Are we about to make music with the youths? Oh, shit. Boots and guts and boots and guts.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
There's totally room for that girl in here, too.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his hand.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and
This is my posse, Noid.
the young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
I like Noid.
And Egghead. Egg!
The tape player high view, his head continues to blast, but it's probably anadistic music.
Together with Acel Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Ah, so you've met her. Good.
He's not as glad as he would like you to think. There is concern in his voice.
Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast. I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads. Burnouts.
He angrily spits on a screw, then starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that! The world!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
What kind?
The spooky kind.
What exactly do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead.
Oh, Egghead. Never change.
So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Yes. What?
I see you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance.
It's still
I'm not sure the church... oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
Hate to tell you, but it reeks of sweat in here.
It does, doesn't it?
Told you we have a smell problem.
I also smell ether. Why?
Ether? I don't smell ether. Do you, Noid? No.
It's mixed with a pretty chemical scent like laundry detergent.
He sniffs the air, then shrugs. A shrug is good enough for us. Why say it when you can shrug it?
I failed my logic. What's with all the nosophed?
The what now? Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do.
You sound fine
Shit's
to me.
all blasted up. Yes, that's all Nosoped's doing. Without the noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosophed is the shit.
Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Gotta
Oh
put on
yeah,
my logic
that's a
clothes and come
meteor
back in
name
here.
for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religion, and they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the Innocentic system. No? Totally.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance. Love is hardcore.
Unity. Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
You feel it, the anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
Oh yeah!
He's coming around. You're getting it.
Your pussy's like your people, man. Like you got your cup pussy. You look out for each other and you party to...
And where is your posse, detective?
Oh shit.
Nothing comes to you. The world is silent.
Oh damn, we were almost there.
Feels good.
Are we?
Yeah! Yeah!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply...
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
Yeah! Let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world! Get this church shit on, and then dance there, motherfucker!
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how... Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us,
Ooh, we gotta
watching
go in
us
this
from
church.
the dark.
No.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
For this man, even regular silence is awful enough. But that was something greater.
Have you actually seen anyone?
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church a couple of times, and we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it. Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Oh, these guys are Inland Empires.
Not human, as in a ghost.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like
What?
some kind of crab man. Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing walls.
Ambush behavior? Crab man.
Crab man!
Yeah, totally.
I'm totally
I mean,
into crab.
I
Like,
didn't
I'm the
personally see
this guy
it.
is all for the
Estelle was
cryptids.
alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider. Proceed with caution. Learn all you can before entering that dark building.
Can you tell me more about the machinery?
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them.
God, there's so
Probably
much talking
jacked
in
up
here.
to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely. Well, honestly, I can't, but I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from? Sure. What?
Alright, so I'm gonna...
Oh, you should have the key. We had to padlock the door to the church to keep more vagrants from wandering in. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
I'm gonna be cool.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
As always, we'll be right.
Alright.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum.
Oh
Center.
shit, that did quick.
You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Encyclopedia's passives gives you plus 10 XP and plus 2 real. Does that mean every time Encyclopedia pops up? Does it mean every time Encyclopedia pops up we're gonna get money? I haven't been using suggestion a lot. I've been doing more rhetoric, so. All right. Logic close. I know I had a logic shirt. This is my logic outfit. I look like such a douche. The art is great. Alright, so logic is under intellect. So let's get you guys, in 5 seconds you can pump me a logic. This music is great too. Alright, pump my intellect. I'm gonna vote for minus physique.
So you had a talk with Andre. It's good you talked to Andre.
No, I want to talk to this Andre.
Hi again. So,
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a busted. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic. Their would-be leader is less amused.
But you still are.
What happened? I've been trying to say we need the next step in dance music to happen fast.
Shut it.
What? I have. I've said that.
The young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
This isn't the Making Club. It's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing. What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker, you only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
Yeah, look at that. We got 10 XP and gained money. That Nosafed here is an active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine.
This skill is
makes you
awesome.
happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether. No shit.
You tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Punishable by summary execution?
It's not.
So what are we gonna do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
What do you mean by lenient?
We'll see. Now speak. Not calling back up and hauling... Wait, we'll see. Now speak.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
And why'd you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
Let's do this clean. No speed lab, just a club for music.
Yeah! I knew it.
It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for Nordic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance. There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time.
I like Egghead.
We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful.
Wow.
This will be a victory for the light.
This will be nothing.
Oh.
You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind, a grape-shot row of falling houses. And so is Rue de Saint-Jérôme and all the houses on Main Row. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
Did anyone feel that?
What?
Nothing. Let's call this incident crime prevention, but I have my eye on you.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but, I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news.
Ah! Oh, I love these idiots. These guys are dum-dums.
Huh? I see you're here again. Off-sign, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help? Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align. I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do. Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery.
I'm getting super excited to see inside this church.
Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural. Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it though.
You could be spinning some supernatural records.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the place.
Yeah, man. This guy's speaking my language.
Sonic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, this guy is my buddy.
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
He picks up some sort of widget.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Does this mean we need a sign matching?
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
Oh, we're gonna sync our brains up. Let's talk to Egg.
A young man with peroxide blonde
So much
hair
lore, Peter.
holds
It's
up
nuts.
a Harman Welshi tape player.
Should we make an adventure game, role-playing game, Peter? You
He
do the
looks at
art,
you
I do the
with
writing.
a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret.
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Still say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega!
Say nothing.
Internally coherent.
Still say nothing.
Encore! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of
Hardcore! Ah!
He lets out an agonized roar over the feebleish, obviously not too hardcore people though. So hardcore.
Is it though?
It is.
What is it? I mean, really?
He tilts his head to the other side like an owl.
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet.
I was thinking that
So-
too.
I am the mic enforcer. I am the chicks checker. Yeah!
Yeah!
Could there have been a right way out of this garden?
Solve the egghead puzzle. So like we have to like have like a conversational maze talk with him. There has to be some way to talk to this person. It's definitely not about signs. What if you just try again, finding your way out of the maze of things to say? Oh, I love it. All right. As much as I want to go into the church, I'm not going to go in yet because I think that's probably going to speed the clock up. Let's go check all the traps real quick because that won't advance the time at all. Hardcore to the mega. Alright, let's quickly say something to her. Ask her about the crab man.
The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us?
I'll help you.
Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here. I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine.
Oh, I love
I
this
tried
girl.
to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
Do what you will with the dance club plans, just no drug labs.
Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise. Oh, that. You're not gonna believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
I fucking love Egghead, man. Is it hardcore?
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still. And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall, upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out.
Yeah, good
End of story.
move.
Like a crab, you say?
He nods, his face is stone. What did this crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top.
It's probably
I know
one
it
of
sounds
the
ridiculous,
one of the
but
mercenaries.
that only made it scarier in a way.
A crab and a banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
You're wrong. I do believe you.
Why?
Strange things happen.
Okay then. They certainly do around me. My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
Hell yeah, Estelle.
To the cops.
Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
I like this little group of like punk kids a lot, actually. Alright, let's go check the traps. Let's put our perception clothes on first. This is our like perception clothing. So 100% all about their dreams of this club. Okay, so that's all there is on that side. Like, I'm gonna totally go in this church. Let's get this money first. But while we're out here running around, it won't go past 17:49. And I bet you once we go in there, there's going to be a bunch of talking and reading, which is totally going to make everything go fast. Wasn't there a trap up here somewhere? They said past the church before you get to the radio tower. Ooh, there's a lot of shit up there. Let's go look there when we come back. Ooh, goblin.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has...
It's military. A service depot of... The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
It would be funny if you're by yourself playing this game to just like scum save all of these checks. We'll do all the stuff that was up on that oh, there's the trap.
A familiar apparatus lies among
I
the
think
reeds.
he's into it,
Another
Peter.
one of Morel's traps, weighed down by stones to keep it in place. The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year.
Yeah, a church that's like goth metal EDM in this like ancient occult church in the middle of a cold seaside, I would go there.
This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sun.
Another empty trap. Yep. The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize?
They are crab traps, I said that.
The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for... The wind picks up here, near the cape's end. Surround...
Alright, let's go look up here. There's a few nodes of information. Ooh. Oh, hello, Gremlin. Oh no, Gremlin brought me a beer. Didn't know goblins had beer. Use crab trap on Crab Man. Oh damn! It was all part of everything. Oh, crab? Talking about Crab Man right here. Hey, are you angry? Are you an angry crab?
No.
Are you a nice crab?
Chill.
Do you want a kiss in your crab face? Yeah. A little crab kiss. Ooh. It's crabs all the way down, y'all. A new necktie. Oh shit. Oh shit, a scarf. So this gives me Inland Empires and this gives me Shivers. Inland Empire is my thing. But a Shivers scarf. Oh, we got a skill point. Did we have any of these that we wanted to do? No, I don't think any of these are worth a point. Art degree, the fair weather, and then let's wait till we get a really cool one. But let's go over here. So, I was reading a little online, not walkthroughs, but just like tips. And people are saying save all your points and throw them in, but I don't want to do that. I want to have him be hitting those casual checks that we don't know anything about. So I can't level up Shivers because the 2 needs to be leveled up. Which I don't. How do you level up these? You can't at all. Oh, fuck. So if like you start the game out, yikes. All right. Let's do our perception. I'm kind of really into getting our perception up. But you can raise your cap on certain things. See, like I can't raise my physique or motorics, but a couple things I've gotten in books I've read have raised like my pain threshold cap or my perception cap. So I can go, right now I could put 6 dots into it, which is way above the 2. But the base will never be above 2. I'm almost at 10 on perception. I probably should pop one into Encyclopedia because Encyclopedia is starting to get behind. Inland Empire might be cool to do too. But right now I'm really into the perception. I like the idea that I'm finding. I always hate the idea that like maybe there's things I don't see.
Nothing has changed about it.
Alright, so which ones are left? I have the trap by the canal you crossed. Okay, so that is the one that's back by where we first came in. On our way back, we'll check all these little things. Ooh, a new shirt. A white polo shirt. It helps with rhetoric, which will be good. We'll wear this when we go back to talk to that door. This is the kind of game where you say things like that. This will be good when we go back to talk to the door. And everyone's just like, yeah, that makes sense for this game. Oh, can you get through here? Yeah, there's a little tiny cut through. Good. Alright. Church, we will be back to mess with you because you sound fascinating. Wait, why did the time pass? It's 17:53. I didn't do anything that causes time to happen. Wait, maybe maybe the trap made time pass. There's a shirt.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Oh, I was told it didn't.
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to...
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
Why not?
It's a guano-encrusted jacket, and you're...
As As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching
God,
sound.
this gets so disgusting.
It's a sordid, filthy tale.
Think
not for
about
the
it.
weak. It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself,
I'm
but
probably gonna hurt my
rather
health.
the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit. that
Maybe hybrids, that'd
ensconces
be
it.
awesome.
It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Okay, but what's the crust made of?
Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If not by human hands, then perhaps the feral
Maybe I can
dogs
wash
that
it.
prowl the beaches
Let
at
that
night.
washer lady will wash it for me.
The faint impressions of many footprints are also present, though it's impossible to tell what kind or how many. Suffice to say, the jacket spent some time on the ground before someone draped it over the
Oh, so
railing.
it doesn't pass when you run around. There's a blue door in the kitchen of the hotel that we're obsessed with, and we keep touching it. And we're like, what's behind the door? And then we're like, it's just a door. No one knows. Like, must be a great secret behind this kitchen door.
The crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking in the sun. Who knows what happened to it then? Somewhere, high above the city, a pair of seagulls trace loops through the air. They are like the bombardiers of the aerostatic brigades,
How far do you think I am through the game,
gliding
people who have
above
beat
a
it?
target-rich environment.
I don't want it to end. I'm just wondering.
All of a sudden, the Bombay doors open, and their white
This
glittering
is
payload rushes to the ground.
Like, text about seagulls shitting on someone.
Splat! An explosion of white on a man's shoe. A curse goes up.
Why did I spend all
but
this
the
time thinking
birds
about
do not
seagull
hear.
shit?
It's too late. You've already thought about it, and now your hands are covered in muck.
Flick your hands.
Now you're just
Ouch.
flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
The good thing, though, is
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching
why did I
sound.
fondle the shit jacket again?
There is no why.
Let's just put it away then. I think we got a bunch of bottles to sell when we get back to town. Ooh, those are some fat sunglasses. These are the kind I wear. Not glasses, like glasses. Ooh, yeah! We're gonna put these on when we have conversations. +2 encyclopedia. That's amazing. Oh, we need to... I know that sound. Oh, go back. Oh, there's someone over here.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. It is death. It must be.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right here.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to
It's
his nose.
like it's some secret.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka. And no, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and you see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads, Shish Kebab Reversion. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Is this a dead man?
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body.
Change our clothes for this. Okay.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty
I like
bottle of
that
spirits.
they've made
In his
comments
cramped
about
hand, a
how
chewing
weird
gum
it is
wrapper.
that I carry all this clothes around and switch it out, which is like a very funny fourth wall, like making fun of role-playing games, especially CRPGs. And also in the story, it's like, yeah, it's really weird that you carry all this clothes around. You're constantly changing it.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest.
Well, you see what's happy.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze.
Have fun, Hybris.
Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
Well, at least you're not married.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the Pox.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder.
Agreed. If this somehow...
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does seem to be a pretty straightforward... From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death... I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work. Good call. The guys at Process... Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Why would I do less gameplay? Yeah.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or, if lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre.
So there is some way to get into this building, we just don't know how to do it. So there's like stairs that go out to the roof. The scruffy-haired little boy.
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't look like he knows.
He washed his jacket.
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half.
I could use a...
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty.
Ha! There's the trap. Is everything we're wearing like perception? Yeah, it's about as much perception as we can get, right? Them's my rhetoric pants.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. The reeds bend, the constant, distant, nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no
If it's invisible, how do we know?
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
He is getting tired. We didn't try to go through here, did we? Maybe we can't go through here because this is what's on the other side of the bridge. Yeah. I don't think we can. Yet, at least. Alright, let's go back to the cryptozoologist's first trap. we raise our perception. We should... What? No, it was electrochemistry that we needed to raise to try to get rid of the gesture or the look. Wait. Oh. I think we were going the wrong way there. Alright.
This is the last of the traps. The one Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. The reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up.
Yes.
Something is different here. No locust. No phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though.
The netting is a little untidy.
Yes.
Messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now.
The reeds by the abandoned... The later it gets, the colder. The reeds by... The later it gets...
Wasn't there something over by the buoy over here that we thought, like, this is the perfect place for something to hide? I know, they didn't give it to us yet. I bet you this is going to be an ongoing thing. Ah, sons of bitches. Alright, there's a couple of things we can say. We can do at the Whirling Bird, actually. Let's go back there real quick. So there's quick travel now. How do we quick travel? Wait, they said we had quick travel. How to quick travel, Google. I hate when the button's not, like, obvious. Like, you told me there was quick travel. Huh. Alright, I guess not. I mean, it doesn't cost any time to go over there, so... guess we'll just run over there. The game did say that I could do it though. It said you have now opened up quick travel to these places. Maybe I need to like go to those places and then open the map up and something might happen. That's just a guess though. Way there, let's see if we have something we can pawn. I think we do have a bunch of. We could buy a boombox too. Oh, this is new.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you. A giant sword in each hand, and smells like worn cotton. And a little worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please...
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
I doubt the real man from Helmdale was as poor a role model as the one in the popular literature. But yes, the books are very sexist, in a not entirely unenjoyable way. 2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I deal in goods, not services. Welcome to Helmdale.
What does this do? Did I just get a t-shirt? Oh, there it is. Plus physical instrument and authority and shivers. That's cool. That could be useful.
Hello again. How can I help you? Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not and especially that tie. It's one.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparking in the light of the project.
Another time, perhaps.
Alright, let's buy our boombox.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves.
And here you are. Quality sound.
To have it in my over my shoulder. Alright. We can come back here later. I don't want the day getting later. I think we're gonna use the boombox to play the saddest song at karaoke. Put all my drama clothes on. Is the music coming from me?
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attached to the apparatus with a set. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. This one tells it like it is. This is your tune. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way. Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him... The loop.
Kim looks at me and then looks at the boombox. Doesn't say anything. I wonder if I can sell my old clothes to him, the ones I know I'm not going to wear.
You see a Samaran street vendor. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool. The goods are cool.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer.
Sure you don't.
Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
But you are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you in your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole.
He stops to think.
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd. He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way
It's the
they
old
talk
lady.
about her.
Oh my god.
She's no lady.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
I
don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. I'm not local. I don't know anything about that. All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses.
All right, let's put some rhetoric clothes on and bust this shit up. I thought I had a bunch of... I probably have my rhetoric clothes on already. Rhetoric is intellect. I'm not shaking them down.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
No, like I'm not shaking them down. I'm saying, would you like to support a member of the local police force? This is purely a schmooze, not a threatening. A shakedown is a threat.
Oh, okay.
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you,
An investment? What kind of investment?
Shut up.
Fair point. You can't have a successful business without a loyal customer base. How much is your loyalty worth?
1 million
But
real.
officer, I don't have that kind of money. What? Only a $5? You can't even buy a pack of Royal Extras with that. Let's make this one stick, my man. 10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man. Me?
This
It's
was
a
not-
boring story, officer.
Pay attention to the
Who cares
game.
about the
This was
past?
not a bribe.
I'm all
This was a
business now.
rhetoric.
All
Me
repertoire.
being a smooth talker and convincing him that he needs to invest in his customer base.
this man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Very cool.
Let's see what was going. There was a thing over here with these speakers,
The
right?
speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneak, you should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with your net worth.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for...
Damn, so you have to buy the
They're so
sneakers
expensive.
first.
Never mind. I had not seen this before. Only a dog, no more. I love all the little, like, sensory things. They're so good. Alright, let's not get distracted. Well, let's test our thing where we see what happens when we pull out our map. Here.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the street. Your finger finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently.
For a more detailed view of the map,
Okay, now there's travel here. I wonder why there wasn't a travel back to here. I guess I haven't stood in the right place. Alright, let's go do the couple little conversational things that are inside of here real quick to get some quick XP. Oh, dude, you would love... There was a whole big conversation, Peter, about what kind of car this is and how it runs and all like Kim is a huge car nerd, so he talked for like a good 20 minutes about the car. Does anyone miss talking to Kuno a little bit? Oh, this is a new person. These are all new people.
Can I help you? What is this thing? I should have known Sylvie wouldn't accidentally break things here. Okay, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed
Kim
animals.
is so sarcastic sometimes.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
I want to save it before I sing karaoke.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I'm basically also a cryptozoologist now.
I knew it.
You hear Kim say quietly to himself.
I'm not surprised. It's already getting out of hand.
Well, in that case, sweetie, let me give you a small token of my gratitude.
She hands you
It's a tie, Mescan origin. The pin is an antique, quite special to the cryptozoological community.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Oh, we should do is wait till Kim goes to sleep and then come talk to her about about cryptids.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most
She lied,
precise
didn't
I've
she,
ever heard.
to like make her husband be happy.
Darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe.
She made it up to make her husband
Go on.
happy.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing.
She brushes
Of
her hair
course,
back.
Most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So
Leave
did
and get
I,
it.
honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble.
He breathes
It matched
excitedly.
perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
You were on a date?
Our first,
This girl.
yes.
The old woman looks at her husband tenderly.
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably
Kim,
not the case.
What do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day.
Thank you for sharing
Children
this
make
with
up
me.
stories and then end up.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud.
Alright. We didn't find anything, dude.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news.
So I
on
checked
those
all the traps.
Good. Okay. And
one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locust, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them.
No.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
See, there's an issue with these skills that, like, if you really pump rhetoric all the way, you'll start correcting everyone and not listening to anything that isn't said correctly. So you can go, like, too far down a certain path.
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands, okay? Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too.
Yes. Can I join the
gratitude
society?
And the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like...
Thank you, it's an honor. We should
He says
probably
with a
return
straight
to
face.
our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently. Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person.
Oh, the boy.
Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
A little hooligan. But what would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Delinquents, my favorite.
It doesn't sound like it's really his favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting
Lena,
so
I will
close.
do anything for you.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know that Morel, it's been fun. Really. But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle.
No. No need to apologize, Geary.
You know Gary was hiding the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest.
I don't know what got into him, officer.
Alright, let's go rip Gary a new one.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers. I'm sorry.
Short means sincere in these.
I guess there's nothing new to say to him, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Yes? What is it?
God damn it, you...
Can I actually help?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
Alright, so we can't fix that yet.
Hey, was there something?
Well. Bringing in that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
No, you don't. It's not happening. By causing more trouble, I think we're good. The Whirling's not a charity or a musical therapy clinic. It's a commercial establishment. You're going to scare away the customers. It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of '44. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
It's not a prop.
Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
It's alright, I have my own song with me.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine.
Yes!
I'm on
It's
that
happening,
stage and
everybody.
do your thing.
Get ready.
Just get out of my hair.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
Alright. Let's save this in case there's like some checks that are involved here. This feels right. You belong here. Is he...
The stage is all set up for your performance.
Alright.
Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
The pallets. Spelling.
You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
That's why I saved it in case we fail some checks because of clothing.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Alright.
Let me know when I should...
So it's going to be drama. We got some drama clothes. Oh, no. Put drama back on. Whoa. That's cool. Alright, so we have shoes that give us composure. Drama. Savoir-faire. Reaction speed. What does this give us? Alright, so, and drama is part of intellect. So let's give ourselves like a chat boost. Plus intellect and probably minus physique? I don't know.
The stage is all set up. You feel a little...
So,
Look, Kim, I'm
are you
gonna
ready
sing
for your thing?
karaoke.
I can see that.
Put your lips on the microphone. Test it.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room.
Turn the room
The
first.
bar is full and buzzing with chat. They are going to hate you. The air
Yes!
is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay,
Look at my
here
outfit.
we go.
Oh my god, I'm turning this one up in my headphones. Hey Kim, I'm gonna sing!
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-Saëns,
Yeah, this is a good song.
though it once was larger. How the real may rest there,
Yeah, Kim Santa is right up in the front.
down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there.
Yeah, here it goes.
I have been so glad here. Looking forward
Yeah, it's the reptilian
to the
brain
past
voice.
here. But now, you are all alone.
I hope there's like a big falsetto part.
None of this matters. No, none of this matters. At all.
Aww, he did a good job. Whoa. Ancient reptilian brain, yeah.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Oh, it's for Kim. I'd like to dedicate this song to my partner, Kim Kitsuragi. I'm going to say that in front of my other partner.
The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile before turning away.
Good, good. are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Evening and come, we will sow the white sail. Workers of the world unite. Did you like my song, Kim? Kim. Did you?
Yes?
Did you?
Yes?
Did
What
you hear
is
me-
it?
Did you hear that? Did you hear me sing? Did you like it?
That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
That was, yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Haven't wanted anything to end this badly since I had cluster headaches. Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to this torture again. I mean, seriously, you need to.
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse. And I really liked it.
She actually did.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
He might be wearing a disguise.
Cool shades. Are you wearing a disguise?
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening, though. Who is the...
Damn it.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Yeah, told you I'd rock that shit.
It was alright. Subdued. I might start letting people up there again. Now, what can I do for you? Another thing. Great. Yes?
Did you hear my song, Elizabeth?
I've got nothing to say to you.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window.
It's not time yet. Okay.
You see a heavy steel door. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The door does not. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you...
Lena, did you hear my song?
Oh, hello, sweetie.
Alright, gotta use the restroom again. I will be right back. I want to know what's in the door, too.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Rivershaw.
Ooh, I
Rain
love
drips
this.
from the
So
eaves
beautiful.
and floods the gutters, washing the filth away.
Yeah, it's all about the feels, Peter.
The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, Cold water dripping from your hat.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
What's in the north?
Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar heads of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain.
Ooh,
radios
the
play.
ice cream thing is defrosted.
The evening news.
And closer here.
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. The lingering odor of decomposition. A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain
Why
can
am
fall.
I not there?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution fell.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
Look further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
What's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
What's in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean.
I don't know how there's ever going to be a game that's better than
washing
this.
The coast of Martinez, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise
Who
into
are
the
you,
sky.
ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows.
Shivers is so good.
Will you ever go there?
Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day.
What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
And beyond that?
Coal City, end of all lines.
Run your fingers through your dampened hair. Your hair is an oily mess, flecked with ash from the neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. What's in the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Clench your teeth to stop shuddering.
Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow.
And beyond that?
La Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms. Cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary.
What is across the distributary?
Couronne, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain.
What is beyond the Couronne?
A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. The class divide. You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river.
Motherfucker.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Whatever you say, Kim. You are my boss. Let's use the post office box real quick. Wait, why can't I use the post office box?
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
I knew we'd get to use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
Drop the white mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Good mailbox.
The box seems happy.
What is this? This is new. See, Perception's opening all kind of stuff. Oh, that's where we could see down before. Let's go down and check on the ice cream machine. Yeah, here's the ice cream thing that was frozen before we unplugged it.
This orange machine is dead still. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is... If you want to try again...
Equip the pry bar by...
Yeah, I know.
This orange machine is dead still.
Oh.
It has a hand crank
Pry bar
ice cream
not strong
churner
enough.
and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Ugh. Wait, this was... So I have hat.
This orange machine is dead still. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You see the pry bar's metal handle.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it. But this ice cream... I have no idea, officer. This ice cream...
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough.
Did it mess up my, Alright, so it didn't mess it up. Alright, so that didn't work. Let's put on our normal clothes again. So for boots we have, take that off. We have This is the new one. Whoop, put it back on. A slender bolo tie. Skull features 8 cavities. This is disturbing. So it gives me Inland Empire and Volition, where this shitty pot tie just gave me Cryptid's Protection. Wow, that's really cool. It's like just altogether better than... So I just need a better pry bar or something. It is astonishing view. Let's go see what this shithead has to say about stealing some cryptids. He put it up there inside this box.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything. No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, C.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Kuno is a jackass. Oh shit! Sometimes those things pop up so quick I didn't get a chance to look at it.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well. Oh, I'm not being sarcastic at all. We are making real progress here.
When someone says they're not being sarcastic, it's usually a good sign that they're being very sarcastic.
If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The Phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The Phasmid is impairing your judgment.
I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno... Yeah. Kuno took the bugs, so what?
So it wasn't the Phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
She wails from behind the fence, then buries her face in her hands.
You stop! It's like their fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
Maybe I am.
He says, looking you straight in the eye.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Making art.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in like...
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
He tears at the buttons of his shirt, trying to rip them open. They don't give way.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
A leaden silence fills the yard.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window.
That depends on the choices you make, young girl.
Without a word, for once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's pig. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
Wait, you know what the Elysium phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Child, converse with me.
Murder was the case they gave me.
I fucking love it.
I'll die before
Hey, kid.
What's this kid shit? Fucking...
Get the fuck out of here, Faith. Kuno doesn't...
What do you see?
How do I get up there? It's obviously from inside it here. I didn't know there was like a stair up there. I bet you that blue door just goes to the balcony. Wait, why'd I come in here?
Hello, officer. So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we?
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel.
What is this? When did I get this? Okay, whatever. Oh, go back here.
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
No, I'm good, Jess. Thanks. Maybe I need a kiss, though.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Because you see it, finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this. The uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. O Wallfather.
Kim, I must paint this wall, add even more beauty to it.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
Mm-hmm. Sure. If you must.
Hey kid, where are you gonna hide now?
Trying to sneak up on me?
Trying to snuff me?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice.
He says sotto voce.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring window.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
Kim can go till 2200 before he has to go to bed.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating
Pretty sure
the
I
lynching?
didn't.
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette under the...
Help you? No. No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Right, suggestion is... I'm never going to remember what all these are. Suggestion is psych. Let's do a little psych pop. I love this, like, letting you guys vote up and down on my stats thing to help. If you're streaming, you get like a little boost to the game.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Hell yeah. Been wanting to get those boxes up there forever. Sassy.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want, he could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, he did leave us a sign. Did you see that? If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around.
Of course I saw it, dude. You don't have to tell me.
A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments. We'll just have to go in and see.
Oh. Yeah, that's a combo right there. Ooh, I see shoes. And a pentagram. I like that you can like move the...
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an
so
inverted
exciting.
white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure, to symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it, because white is the color of peace. Gone is the glory of hope.
Yeah, I like it, Peter.
Only
It's
the
awesome.
scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
Steal me some shoes. Oh, doesn't get the shoes themselves. I'm not gonna open any of the doors yet. can agree with this.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to -20 degrees Celsius. Is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room. She had an eye for beauty. What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed.
We're not talking to you yet. We will before we try doors. Want to get every little thing. Ooh, new glasses. Logic glasses. Right now I'm wearing visual calculus glasses. A new skill point. Okay, let's put rhetoric up so we can one day get that door open. Or let's see, what are we not good on? Perception's really high. Yeah, let's give one to rhetoric. Oh, I don't know if that was good. So these are all doors that we're probably gonna have to shout through, like a cop. Let's go talk to this lady first.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having a difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Are you alright? Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing, red spots appearing on her cheeks.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
I'm no one. Just an old woman. If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching
What would help me
bones to
remember
keep me
remember
company,
my
and
past
that's
so I can talk to my
all
old
I need
friends?
from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coal room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery. She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Yes, yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
The waiters are at the end of this hallway, right next to the communal bathroom. Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died, hopefully somewhere else.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can...
Right. Let's go fucking deal with Kuno's parents, who is apparently a meth dealer. Which is probably going to be a confrontation. I love the little clues.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a...
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
This is not something.
That should have been an easy. I'll put some into composure next, Mark. What is people are on tilt? I don't think we say that in the US. Does that mean when people are lying to you or trying to fuck with you? Like tilting, like jousting?
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of...
This is not...
Oh, that was not an easy blow. Okay. I thought that said 73%. Emotionally overwrought. Yeah, so probably tilting like pinball. I misread it. I thought it said 72.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached.
The -10 is because there's no tool in my hand. Jesus. I was like, why is this so hard? It's supposed to be easy.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make the...
Get your gun out, Kim. Go back. Someone's sleeping in here.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet. Some socks even. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Something underneath there is breathing.
Dad.
It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. It's deep, in suffering somehow. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol, and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even
No, it really doesn't. This looks very hard to recover from. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
a pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight. Look, he's trying to communicate.
The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says. He's trying to call you pigs. His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth.
At least he got to say his piece. What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side. We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The almshouse would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
Years, months, weeks. The pile of blankets grunts miserably.
I'm afraid it is. Look, it's...
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. Maxtor is a gas company. He's wearing free socks from a gas company. They probably came with the bills. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep. The aging alcoholic is... A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sit...
Good. Confiscate.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something. You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The aging alcoholic is still there. Silence. Only heat emanates. This door has been closed with a padlock. It's a solid lump of metal, but
You seem committed to it, so go on.
The shackle.
After you, detective.
We're fucking like ransacking these places. No, I had the door open. Why can't I go in?
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburn. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov? Sure you are. Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns, but it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you. You do, but that's not the point. The point is, he does... very well. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you? Alright, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't. Okay, you win. Be Krasmazov. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway? I think you have misunderstood who he was, but... if you say so. The White Star, the photos on the wall... I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
Why is this a
There aren't
drag,
many
y'all?
communists around. No.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. Of course, a radical centrist. In these bright and loud times where 1,000 frequencies drown one another out, it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience. It is not a place, it is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
Kuno's dad was very sad.
Incrementally, history's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
What about all the things that are wrong now?
Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future.
Fuck, that's...
You may never live to see the kingdom of conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no
This game goes
excuse
hard
not
on
to
the
keep
thoughts.
working. What rationality? Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed? Then you've never lived through real chaos. Sometimes, in the face of great disaster, defending the status quo is progress. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe. Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual. Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow? That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in,
Oh, I don't like that actually. I feel like I might be a little more like radical than that, but we'll see.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you? Nothing. You're right. Get in there. Deep. Invade every personal space. Break every lock.
Yeah, because I agree to it.
Yes, that's what it is. A quick peek here. A short glance there. It's all quite delectable.
Game did totally call me out.
You hear someone walking around inside. The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on the other side. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Let's go. We don't have a reason.
It's generally easier to do things if...
I like that Kim's like, leave these people alone.
Give me a moment.
We're gonna have to go talk to Kuno about his dad. Also, there was 3 pairs of shoes. So I think Kuno has a sibling. I hope the game calls me out for taking things from those people's apartments. Whoop. Gotta get my bottle bag back. Can't not be a trash picking cop.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Take in the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet rolled over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscured the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt. Underwater, iron helmets have sunk deep into the sand and the mud. Helmets of soldiers, and their finger bones too, and clavicles, littering the ocean floor. A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water.
The Coalition. but that was a long time ago.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Makes him sad. Hey, Dr. Richard. Here's a person you're gonna like.
The piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
We evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy. What for? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck.
This is not where that old lady sleeps. Come on. Oh, this is so sad. Yeah, we're gonna go talk to her, see if we can get her to go live somewhere else where there's not so much coal dust in her lungs. I wish, see, that's what I miss about, like, in a tabletop game. You could try to do that. I mean, Dr. Richard, there's a lot of sad, poor people in this game. Oh, this game isn't like the happy game. Alright, where were we supposed to... So we have to like convince her to let us that we're gonna be a good artist. I'll slow down my clicking too. Sorry. I'll slow down the game playing. I bet this goes down to the front door. time. It's past Kim's bedtime. Kim, just go to bed. I'll do this stuff by myself. Yeah, this war of mine is what she's talking about. I did a big long playthrough of this war of mine where I was never not like terminally ill.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right?
Suddenly, he's a little worried. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't remember. Tomorrow. He's probably gone for today. No one answers.
We should return tomorrow.
True. Total weirdo. Tim, stand up for yourself. Go to bed. I'm not your daddy. yet.
The door is closed again. You hear someone inside, walking from room to room. Whoever lives here
We know
must
who
be
lives
back
there.
home.
Alright, whatever. Sometimes the game doesn't recognize what you've done in the game. Ooh, I gotta go tell her that we found my card.
You're back. By love, you did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them. My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will, because...
Meaning, the information she has will raise the stakes in this game.
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile? Tea, perhaps?
That's all for now. Because I didn't speak with that old weird lady to see if she was the fourth lorry person. Wait, there's something there. I love the little descriptions of my senses. That little sense circle is maybe my favorite part of the game. Oh, there was a call we needed to make today.
The surrounding blaze of the electric lights makes the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage seem beautifully ominous. Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Canema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Canema effectively a mobile power plant.
This tech talk is really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
That machine puts the loco back in locomotion. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a moment. What's it packing there?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
Is that a 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
The lieutenant is trying to suppress a smug smile unsuccessfully.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
Oh, a fine machine. Run your hand over the smooth metal surface.
Yes, an extraordinary machine.
There's a gentleness in the lieutenant's voice as his eyes run over the vehicle's contours.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Ever thought about switching to helium headlights?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
If we ever get this case solved, maybe we can do it together?
Maybe.
He replies
Yes,
with an apologetic
definitely,
smile and nods.
maybe.
Yes, definitely, maybe.
And means no.
Okay, let's move. It was a moment, though.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
An unidentified middle-aged man, height 170, 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build, looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk, and hit his head on a bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No, it seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. I found a library card in his pockets.
Any information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. It belongs to someone named Billy Mejean.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We're taking the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots?
Sorry, sir. I still haven't heard back from the database people. Try calling again later. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Connect me back to the 41st.
Right.
10-4, come in.
I have found my badge, Jules.
Over. 10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for personal information. Over. 10-4. Orders are still orders. Anything else? Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library...
We should try...
Anything else, Detective? 57th, over.
In the cabin, you see a...
I keep going too fast when I'm clicking. Y'all yell at me when I start going too fast through the dialogues that we've already heard before. Especially if you haven't already heard them, because we're like this is like 30 hours into the game, so we've heard all the dialogue that she says in between the calls. But if you're just watching this for the first time and want to hear it, yell at me and I'll start listening to it again.
The more you ask yourself, the less
Wow.
you know.
Can't believe I missed that.
One thing is for certain, though. You're brain damaged. It's serious. And
I thought I was going to make that. It was 82.
the woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recalling a subject from hypnosis, you've jolted her back to reality.
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of a cornered beast.
Happy hoping you could tell us.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
What's so bad about the 50s? Wait, where else? When else could you be?
Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
Who's Gabriel Buenguerro?
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
She shows you the photograph in the lavish amber frame.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you.
Oh, yeah.
His head crowned, with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
Schoolboys fainted too. She leans back, savoring the world she's conjured up.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
So I take it you were in Mesque when you were young.
Someone was.
Someone? Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the mine behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow and she appears to take your measure.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Right, I have some questions for you. Police questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, and knickknacks line the dashboard.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are not Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Now the other one, please.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
She's putting up off. She's like, she's stalling, putting us off her guard.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence.
All this
Franco
encyclopedia
Negro,
stuff
which
is just
happened
giving me
500 years ago.
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Jerife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions.
She travels through time in her
or
dreams.
Perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
She is not odd soul. They're not boots made the prince.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. A size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Really?
Of course not.
She says
But
grinning.
wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Okay, what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean. Then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like bad hand Hermenegildo.
I love this lady.
Bad hand. Hermenegildos's bad hand. Strangled 300 people.
That thought that gives me
What can
10
I say?
XP and
Some
$2
people
every
just
time I use the
really like
encyclopedia
strangling people.
is great. I don't still really understand the whole boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen
music.
to on the Western Plain.
A boyadero, boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. People like Manana at the gates have turned it into an ideology of sorts.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
I'm guessing that doesn't happen. Yeah, and even more than the money, I'm like getting, so it's 100 XP for a level. I'm getting 10 for every check of the encyclopedia. I bet I could look at that one book that was all about the encyclopedia knowledge and just like farm it.
Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man.
We just
One
tested
night,
that out tonight.
as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
So he gives up his riding and settles down, right?
No. The boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
I can go buy that board game to play with Kim. That's a terrible song. That's not where I thought that was going.
You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, you seemed away.
She's just a distracted old woman.
No,
We
she's
should
not,
maybe
Kim.
let her get back to her things.
Kim, you're smart.
So he doesn't think she's the lady driver?
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
He doesn't want me to become a boyadero?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around.
I
Either
love all
good, no one else
the
will.
fake, like, Frenchy Spanish words.
Lomonosov's land, Udajnaya Zemlya, Western Plain.
She nods and closes her eyes again, letting her mind submerge.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas du Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say?
Are you the lady driver?
Did you just call me a lady, Herife?
I was told of a woman driver.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul.
So you're not the driver everyone is terrified of.
I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me.
Why are you scary to the people who used to know you?
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was.
Damn, girl. It's deep. You said long haul. That's...
The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there. It's all just...
She hums along as if to a track on repeat.
In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
You feel very cold suddenly, as if standing face to face with a
She the
terrifying
fourth?
adversary. Then the feeling dissipates, and all you see is an aging woman. In the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't hear any vocals.
Oh. Then who is the female driver?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to?
That's all I needed.
Oh, Sim.
You seem like you know a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The adversary?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
That's not what I was getting at.
Then what were you getting at?
What is it you're hauling exactly?
You're man, Lowman. What of it?
Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
Could it be drugs?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad? No, Lowman, diamonds. Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
You're not involved in drugs, why are you still here?
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Dang, that was a trip. Why don't we just open up their fucking trailers, you know? Ooh, I wonder if now that everybody's asleep, if I can go look inside the back of this truck. Bro, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Seriously. I'm gonna go tuck him in. Come on, let's go tuck you into bed. Go to sleep. Do I have to go back to my apartment for him to go to bed? Huh. just tried to. He's gonna follow me around. It's his fault. I can fast travel over there and maybe make him go to bed then. Wait, why didn't the traveling thing come up? The fast travel in this game is super weird. It's not very... Oh, you think I have to... But he knows I don't live there, though. So I didn't pay for a night's sleep there. Do I have to go to... Oh. Oh. I had no idea. I mean, that makes sense. I just never thought about that, I guess. It totally makes sense. Yeah, I knew that part. I just didn't get that, like... It didn't make sense to me, actually, for it to be that way. Oh, my house is over here. Alright, Kim, time for you to go to bed.
It's getting cold.
Good
This
night,
late
Kim.
in the night.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
I ain't going to bed, Kim. I got like 3 in-game hours before I get tired. Hey Mark, you seem like you played this game a lot. How late can you stay up without having any negative effects? Ooh, I do like that actually. Alright, let's test my theory. Speed bottle. I ain't using that shit. Alright, it was this big, stupid book. Let's see if we can...
The Greatest Innocence.
I know everyone else
by
goes to sleep
Joao
at 2. I was wondering
Paulo
how late I could stay
Salomão
awake.
Lopes de Fuego. Browsing through the book again, you still have your educational survey is done.
Okay, I definitely do better this time.
It seems rather unfair to
'Cause
try
last
again
time this
after
triggered a
you
bunch of
already know the
encyclopedia
answers.
checks.
But sure, if this makes you feel better, here we go again. Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Incorrect. Sola resigned. Incorrect. Sola resigned. Incorrect. Her colors are silver, white, and steer clear of this one. There's something, a strange sensation. Yes, the quiz is incorrect. Now, as the first innocence, question 2, easy. Everybody knows the answer
Alright,
to
so
this.
this is not getting me through.
Me, anybody. And innocence is the high.
And now I'm stuck
I
doing
can
this
do
shit.
better.
Wait, is there a quick save? Now I have to do this.
Okay,
This thing
so
was really long and
commonly,
boring.
an innocence does not enforce. Damn, Dolores. Incorrect. Even though the word, please, relax. Correct. Franco Nick. Question 3. Got it under control. No. Incorrect. Incorrect. Correct.
So
The
this
most
doesn't do what we
famous
thought it
and
did.
important of
Let
the
us
final
farm
stretch. I've got it.
encyclopedia.
Honest. Of course, this is my thing. Zero doubt. Incorrect. Oh yes. Militarism. Yes. Incorrect. He was a correct. Everything from congratulations. A B. You would have done better if you just dialed the Dolores Day down a bit. How is it possible that you're messing this up? Are you doing it on purpose?
I mean, that was funny, but... Alright, let's go do some skulking. Go reload the traps. Go hit on the mom. She's still out there. Oh, we can also go give some alcohol to that guy now that Kim isn't around to make us feel bad about it. Good night, Mark.
Tequila Sun. Wonderful. Not much, but it will do.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail! Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder / junior partner at a high-concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high-concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing noise.
His eyes are clouded. His dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
There's a trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You gotta be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Okay, what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks
This is
that
bullshit.
day.
This is a
And
bullshit
since I
story.
hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man.
This
The
is apartment
company,
though, about the mail.
well, you see where I'm going with this.
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is
Whoa.
the reality.
We beat a legendary.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
I think there are some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now. Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansorique Lycra tracksuit. You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say,
You mean
Tequila?
this jacket that I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim? For a look of consternation on his brow.
Nah, this isn't it. Faun, that's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
You're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere?
It's a big world out there, Tequila. A lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing Faun, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket. Someday.
Have you got any more stories? Also, I hate this guy.
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low.
I got some
If
sweet
you
Commodore
catch my
Red.
drift. Classy. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Coran. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of '44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
The streets are warmed by a southerly breeze. The lights of a passing motor carriage bloom and fade in the distance. In the harbor's dark, her cigarette is a beacon, dancing alone. The image comes to you effortlessly, as though you'd walked the same streets yourself 1,000 times.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides.
He looks up to the skies as if searching for peace himself.
What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
A horse?
Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest here. A man with no head on his shoulders, wearing a fawn tracksuit, searching for the legendary fawn cap that went missing when he lost his head.
Wait, I thought the headless Fawn Rider rode a bull. Show him the figurine.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless Fawn Rider riding on the back of another headless man.
That's super spooky.
Yes. According to legend, young Gertrude Het had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless Fawn Rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff. Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula de Pont and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season.
Two women stand on a small outcropping of rocks. One of them is wearing a purple raincoat. Thin lines reach out from the rods into the sea. Small droplets start appearing on the surface with increasing frequency.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless Fawn Rider looming on the horizon. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
What happened to Una?
Word on the street is that she,
He makes a finger pistol.
gave herself facial deconstruction surgery. Real grisly stuff. Anyway, that's the story of the headless Fawn Rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
Who was the headless rider before he died?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost found cap, plotting revenge.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline. Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
Idiot Doomspyro is a fucking idiot.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories? Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
What about the Col de Macroix?
I have to admit, that's pretty high concept. Still not as awesome as a headless rider in a found tracksuit, though. That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you.
He takes a long swig and smiles.
That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
Whatever became of the headless Fallen Rider?
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes
Oh, hell yeah,
midnight.
we're gonna do that one time.
Aye, I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
Have you got any more urban myths?
I actually do have one. The strangest of them all. But I'll need to fortify myself before I can tell that one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doomspyro?
I don't got any more right now.
Tell me you got some story juice.
Story juice.
If you find any, I'd be extremely grateful.
Be seeing ya.
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
So I guess our thing is full now, and we're gonna have to start taking things out. All right. What am I doing? Mind your business.
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
That's my motor carriage.
Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
I got drunk and it probably drove it into the sea.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
You're suggesting we honor the carcass in my farmer motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gottwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
All right, I'm in. Doesn't it take a lot of effort?
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
It's going to be quite a few years before nature is able to completely take care of a motor carriage. You could always come back in a few months and see if you still want to give it a proper send-off.
It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area or
I understand, believe me. I really do. I think about all the frivolous side activities I could be doing every time I go out there with my nets. But daydreaming is a rich man's game. At sea, you can't afford to be careless and dream. Anyway, what are we talking about here again?
I'm looking for someone else.
Oh? Who?
That's it. I'm not looking for anyone else right now.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
I'm not going to ask her out on a date. I belong to Kim. Kim is my boyfriend. That's all I have to say about it. Let's pull out our flashlight. Let's go and put the bait. Nighttime might be a good idea to find
The
things.
locusts aren't doing all too well, but they're still in there. This isn't the end.
Oh, okay. Only one of them is empty. Back here, actually. Yeah, this is the one.
The trap stands empty near the reeds. No insect sounds or movement around. Only the reeds' apprehensive hissing.
That's the thing.
The locusts, dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings. They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here. Music is so good. Wonder if Lena's still awake. Nope. Wonder if we can pick up all these bottles in here. Okay, not even look at the window now? I'm trying the window, it's not even showing me, like, it's not even showing up as a thing. Interesting. See a heavy steel, the cobalt blues, old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. The door does not budge.
Hey, was there something you needed? Got the 20 real? Then why are you waiting?
Yikes. Oh, you're up here really late, dude. I go buy that rain jacket I never got. Gotta go to the bathroom too. One second. I have to use the restroom. I don't know why I'm trying to hold it. Just thinking about how am I going to go back to other video games after this. Oh, they closed for the night. I didn't know that was a possibility. He's still up there. He stays up there all night long. What a douche. Should we go skulking? This? Seeing all kind of new stuff. Now that I have higher perception, I'll find something different in here.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Hundreds of documents containing logistic and the same materials being. You already went through all of these. Remember, Leo, all items on the drawer slides.
Alright, yeah, so that doesn't change.
The payphone hangs mutely on the wall.
Alright, good night, Hybris. The video of this will be up on YouTube, so you can watch the end of it. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. Hey there, sugar.
The container door appears unmoved by your attempt at flattery.
You're a fine piece of engineering, do you know that?
The door does not respond to your advances. Is it possible that it seems somehow more closed than before? Why does this situation feel so familiar? Do you have a history of propositioning inanimate objects?
So this is going to be a rhetoric check.
Back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Who's all up to keep gaming some more?
Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello? Is there anybody in there?
The door stands silent. Try again.
If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come
Mega
on
rich
in.
light bending guy. What the heck is going on here?
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container.
I don't know yet.
It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital.
I don't know if there is, Peter. There is a lot of allusions to gods and evil entities, and there's talk about magic, but I don't know if any of it's real.
The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard.
Yeah, unless I rolled 2 6s, I guess?
In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
What's going on in here?
Welcome, welcome. Not too much, actually. Just pleasantly surprised to have company today.
You can't hear him exactly, Yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, good sir?
What you can see of his body appears to be composed in a sharp summer suit and yak shoes. Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Harrier Dubois.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
Where Martinez is a creepy abandoned commercial area here.
Well, as we say in my circle, one person's crushing business failure is someone else's development opportunity. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
But why don't you help them? You got so much money, it can't make a difference to you.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
So you travel from place to place, just in a container.
Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
So you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
Who are you? Wait, how'd you become so rich?
To be perfectly blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in
Trust. Whoa. Continue. Trust fund.
All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
Wow, I beat a double 12. I rolled 2 6s. What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, "But doesn't that take all the fun out of it?" And I tell them, not really.
Don't you think you owe some of the wealth back to the rest of society?
Sure. And they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht?
Hundreds.
Dozens, at least. Of course, in the future, it'll all be automated. But my point is this.
He says, jabbing his finger into the air a bit. I love how much this game hates rich people.
Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him.
Say nothing.
Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
There's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
You look a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, it's like something's happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
So what is our coefficient?
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating.
Are you telling me you're so rich, light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
I'm calm.
That's good.
You're a rich investor. Can I have some money?
Sure. Let me check my pockets.
He doesn't have money on him.
As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
I thought you were a billionaire.
Yes, I'm sure. You know, maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
This is a proposal, not a question.
Ooh. Let me see if I can come back.
Thanks for stopping by.
Alright, so conceptualization. We do have some conceptualization clothes. I'm wearing them all right now already. Okay, so wait, tools. And then conceptualization is part of intellect.
Welcome back, friend. What can I do for you?
If business planning were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
Oh, I have some points I could put into conceptualization too, don't I?
Welcome back, friend. What can I do for you?
Deploying high concept buzzword generator. All systems functional. Ready to engage in
3, 2,
3,
1.
2, 1. It's time to disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean, innovative, and focus on what matters most. The
We
children.
should invest in a youth center.
A youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
A place to teach them practical skills like teamwork and self-discipline. Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
No, no, no. You've got to think bigger than that. I like that you're thinking about the future, but couldn't the center have a more economic focus? Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future?
Yeah, we can always repurpose the center as a shopping mall.
When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities.
I know.
I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules? Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Thanks for placing your unwavering trust in me.
Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment. And
Do I have like so much money the game can't even understand it now? I think I do have so much money the game can't understand it. I think I just did some impossible legendary rolls and got millions of dollars. There has to be something they're gonna do to make this not. Oh wait, why is it going away? Oh, it just it fucked up so much for a moment. I think it just confused the counter. Alright, I'm going in to talk to him. What kind of clothes do I have on? Yeah, I probably want to have like my talking clothes on. Oh yeah, that's awesome, Peter. I bet you that is totally what they were doing. That was a pretty weird little scenario. I like it. There's like this, almost like we met like an alien, which is like a really rich person. Shit, he's not here? Let's rob all his stuff. See, that's what I don't get right here. We're here and he's not here, why won't we steal shit? Okay. Yeah, I think you're totally right about the counter being bent like the light. I took a screenshot of it. It was so weird. Peter, I think we might be the only people here.
Oh, hey, mister. Sure, mister. Absolutely.
This game has sucked me into, Peter. When do you see me playing video games for this long? Like, never. Like, I just can't quit playing it. It's so pretty, too. It's not just the...
This is the Night Watchman.
It's a really captivating world and story. You need to get this and play it on your own, Peter, from the beginning. Because as you build your brain back, it's really interesting. Because you start out like basically like a raving lunatic who can't remember even like how to breathe, you know. He's been wiped completely clean. This would be a pretty good one to play on Switch too, I think. Maybe. It depends how they do the controls. Wonder how you click on the little things in the game. Like the orbs and stuff on Switch. Could be good though. Maybe they did a good port. Maybe watch a review about it first. Ooh, I wonder if I can go talk. No. Bye, Peter. Good night.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Hello again, officers. Have
Twitch has a touchscreen? I mean, not Twitch. Switch has a touchscreen? I guess I play mine on the TV constantly, so I didn't even remember that. Yeah, the touchscreen might really help.
You're back. Good. What can I help? Matter of fact, I don't.
Why is that?
I have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see. Of course. That's what I'm here for. Word has traveled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather. Wild Pines has eyes on the intersection, but not ears. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, detective.
Said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law. both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital. There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent, provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the International Zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed, a true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you. So permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound,
What world
the
is
air.
this?
What world? The
fading
only one,
pearls
I
of our
suppose.
eyes to the sea.
The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
A frisson lifts the hair on the back of your arm. Wind sweeps the surface of the bay.
The wind is sweeping the waters.
The world is a suzerainty of Revachol.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
Ooh. What's-
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't think I have a whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
What shape is the world then?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big 3 scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
Whoa. This is big shit.
A cold fear seeps into you.
The pale. And what do you mean corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
I don't know if a fractured corona is going to bring people together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
If you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality. It is the opposite of reality.
Okay, but what is it? A definition?
Okay. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
What is an isola?
Isola is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isola. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
What is the pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isola.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
6,000 kilometers from the end of the world.
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
In north, there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called porch collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
Do we get to go into this?
There's a slippery article in there.
Is it the pale or pale?
Pale when it's particular, this territory of pale. The pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
If we're surrounded by pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the pale.
In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
Damage the mind.
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation.
What if that's what happened to me?
Others
instead of being
argue that
drunk?
Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories. Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Do the lorry drivers pass the Pale?
Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
What is introponetic?
Entreponetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has introponetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
If we do not.
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or...?
What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate.
Well, that's fucked.
An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild Pale yonder.
One and all. They say Pale is death, but for the universe,
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale? Mm-hmm. You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
A secret task.
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-re... Yes, that means, permit me to conclude with this. And if those authorities... A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A. Where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot.
That was a lot of information we just got.
Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After, les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that?
The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be? Ah, yes. That is what counts, I suppose. For my part, I was more of a new girl. The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolution. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now, Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there?
Wait, Guillaume de la Million? I was just thinking about that guy. Whatever happened to him?
Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality,
I
is
still
it?
want to know.
I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease.
Which one?
All of them.
So you're saying he didn't vanish in a puff of stardust?
I'm afraid no. But then again, one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his mystique. Ask someone else and you may get a more champagne-colored take. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we... Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Damn, that was a lot. Okay, we have enough to level something up. I think we should probably do visual calculus. We're -1 on authority? Wow.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your
I think
questions.
I know what's going on with you.
And what is that?
You're a pail driver. You transport things to the pail.
Oh, meu Deus. The lawman solved the case.
She lights a cigarette. A white cloud of smoke disappears into her mouth.
And here I was, thinking you were an idiot. So, are you? An idiot, I mean?
Republica, a filterless cigarette from Misk.
Neither is spelled transportation. Life is transitory. Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything, even the things I never knew. The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park.
So going in the pail,
The
you absorb
roses on the day of Franco
a
Nero's
past you never were.
coronation. On the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent as Dolores Day.
Over radiation?
Heroic doses, Hervé. Heroic. Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living.
And now she's addicted
Now,
to the memories.
when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this,
She gestures at the square, the broken horse monument, the shadows of the machines in the night.
What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
What does it look like, the Pale?
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
What does it feel like?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets in the electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear.
How do you pass
She
through it?
loves it.
In the belly of an airship, behind the steel windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it.
Not on this lorry, then.
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
The wheels all small and round. Multi-axle trailers.
How can we just become vapor?
Yes.
No elaboration.
I feel like I already have what you have in some way.
They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south.
She looks at her cigarette. It's almost out. She swallows hungry and then looks at you.
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Sheriff, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
In the center of this town, there's a ghostly motorway, she sang.
And it takes the people where they want to stay.
They say I've been away on a kind of holiday.
She replies silently. What is at the end of the motorway south? What is there?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning.
Oh, we're going there.
I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child rowing on the lake.
Man?
Hosianna.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. A child descending.
Interesting. So we need to get rid of a thought if we want to do motorway south, which I kind of do. Yeah. So what should we get rid of? This gives us empathy. Get rid of this one. Alright, so we'll get rid of volumetric shit compressor. No, actually, let's get rid of this economics. Cool. How much farther do we have to level up?
The old woman still sits in her chair, continuing with her chores. As she does so, she quietly hums to herself. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of the ocean waves at night. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
You're still up?
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older.
She sloshes the water around in her bucket for a bit.
My suggestion is, don't. Don't grow any older than you already are. That's old enough. What's troubling your mind?
What is the song you're humming?
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's song.
What's it called?
Surrender to the night.
She replies, slowly rocking back and forth.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is a lullaby.
Sounds nice.
Yes, it does.
It's getting late, and it's raining. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
I don't think I have anything that helps with hand-eye coordination. So hand-eye coordination is motorics.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight rake, like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman. You use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
Was shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional. On the table, you see a bowl of water. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. Your
Alright, electrochemistry. Let's do this.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have to. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in sur-le-clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers. There it is again, the scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. Yes, from the height of antiquity, a long, long time ago, millennia ago. The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you, the shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there. Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
Take a deep breath.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper. Or is that just your memory filling the gaps? Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes, made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive. Feels so familiar. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The still not happening. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. Still not. An old mirror hangs on the wall. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
Whoa. What does that even mean for me? Jesus Christ. Damn.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft
Wow, I like
and
sleeping
sheets
here.
warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
No, you're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great unceasing disco of the mind. The flash, the bang, the endless
Burnt
learning
Toasty,
experience.
it is mind-blowing how good the voice acting in this game is. And there's so much of it in the final cut. Like, I was talking on Twitter today, I don't know how, like, this is kind of ruined a bunch, like, going back to games that aren't this depth and this well acted. Oh, it's so good. Spinning on empty.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
Yeah, I read there was over 1 million spoken words in this game, and that's spoken. So, like, think of how many more were actually written and are in things you read that aren't spoken. And 1,000,000 words is like 10 fucking thick fantasy novels. This is like a whole, like all of the Wheel of Time books. That many words is in this one game. What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The colors. The voices.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and
sell those
idiotic
for
picture
money.
postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right. I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
We're making progress. Measured, steady progress. Oh, they forgot to voice this one. There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world that's changing him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
I love this melody. Alright, this is end of episode 4. Save. Yes, I'm heavy on Shivers and Inland Empire. Those are my 2 favorite ones that I'm using right now. But next run, I think I'll go maybe like Drug Cop or something.
Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering you for a few days now.
What is it?
It's a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite in hand around here. An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up with next? Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse.
Let's get right to it. What needs to be done?
You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité.
What exactly is la responsabilité?
The most awesome, terrible thing. It is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies, offices,
Yeah, Burnt
and
Toast Pete,
portfolios.
I'm definitely going to immediately play it again.
Harry, you're thinking about this
Because you can be
too
completely
narrowly.
different. Like, I've been playing it as a guy who believes everything is cosmic and creepy, and there's like magic and ghosts and stuff, and that he wants to become a better person and make up for all the wrongs that he did in the life he can't remember. But next time, you can play like a fucking cocaine cop who like wants to like bring the abyss and end the world and like the revolution.
La responsabilité isn't concerned with trivial questions like who killed who. It's about the real issues, the human welfare index, the price of staple goods, the transition to real democracy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can simply seize la responsabilité for yourself. It must be given by legitimate authority, like a committee.
Who should sit on this committee? Yeah, I'm also a heavy communist, Toast Pete. Yeah, magical realism cop of communism is definitely what I am. Super into cryptids. Yeah.
Only the most even-keeled minds in Martinez. Your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to
My
start.
half-brother.
Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Rivershaw. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves.
And what happens when we've assigned responsibility?
Most likely, your findings will be collected in a report, which will be carefully reviewed by your superiors. Once they've reviewed it, those same superiors will produce a set of recommendations to be taken up at the next meeting of the Standing Committee. Rest assured, no matter what happens, it will be good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is. A regular,
I wonder if I can
clean-shaven
get my face to
police
look
officer.
better. Like, I've got shaved up. I wonder if I can, like...
On the table, you see a bowl of water.
Okay, so... I think that's gonna be it for the night. We've been streaming this game for 9 hours. That's a lot. That's too much. So, thank everybody for hanging out. You weren't brave enough to shave. I only recently looked in the mirror once I got into this cabin. I didn't look in the mirror at the beginning of the game, and I kind of wish I had never looked in the mirror. But also, I think a lot of the things that I want to do, like making amends with my old boss and stuff, probably won't happen unless I face up to who I was. So, yeah. So that's gonna be it for tonight morning. All this is gonna be up on YouTube as well, and we'll play some more in the next day or so. Thanks for coming out for this really long stream. This has been probably one of the favorite games I've ever played, and I cannot wait to play more of it with all of you. Bye. I'll see you next time. And don't forget, you can like and subscribe and all that bullshit. Here is all my stuff. Got a book coming out. You can pre-order. I sell t-shirts. You can follow and subscribe to this channel. I have a Twitter in there, a Patreon. I do all this shit. I usually am writing weird fiction on Twitter. I write a lot of creepy books. Yeah, so that's a list of things I do. If you got a Prime subscription, you can also subscribe with that for no extra cost. So, I'll see you all next time. It is 2 a.m. I think I started playing around 5 p.m. So, wow. And this is an awesome game. Good night. Remember, keep your heart stark and true and your teeth sharp and many.